I'm going to come right out and say it. Bajiru, I'd like to ask you to formally collaborate with Starlight Daryl and myself on a vocal lease. There wouldn't be any lyrics. We can maybe add them later if people want them, but it would just be our two voices together. I will cover in full Daryl's commission. I will make the music video. I will pay for the mixing engineer. After I got the rough mix of our duet of Phantom of the Opera from sab3r, I immediately sent it to Daryl, because our voices are incredible together. It is normally the case that when I work with somebody, I have to constrain my sound in order to blend with them. I can do it, but I don't like it. But with you, I can sing completely with freedom. Daryl is also elated at the possibility of writing such a piece. It would be an honor for me if you'd be willing to do this. And I apologize for making this request so public, because it is inherently manipulative. However, I know by doing it this way, you'll get a better sense of what this means to not just me, but also our communities. You're on a break right now, so take your time to think about it. However, it would mean the world to me if you said yes. At this point, I'm going to play a little bit of the Phantom duet so that people can know why I'm doing this. Let me put this up on the screen. For y'all to hear. If I can find it. Oh my god, there it is. Sing once again with me, how strange the way my power over you grows stronger yet, and then you turn from me to glance behind the phantom of the opera is there inside your mind. And this is the rough mix. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, sorry, I'm getting a chat now. She already agreed to do a duet, right? And she's agreed to do tracking and stuff. So I thought that this might be okay to do in this way. But yeah. Sorry, I'm catching up with chat now. Hey, everybody. Hey, Caroline. Hey, Dovos. Hey, Katie. Hey, Kenobi. Matt. Hello. Martin. Hello. Hey, Jack. Hey, Reinhardt. Hey, Caleb. Caleb, sorry. Top Chaga. Hello. Hey, Aura. Yeah, someone said something about me checking out Nero. I already made a post about this. I'll say it here. It's fine. I feel that I'm going to need to look at all of the people who do the work on Nero before making a decision on whether or not I want to do anything on Nero specifically. I have a lot of complicated feelings on this. I do not begrudge anybody their enjoyment of that. But yeah, that's how I'm going to go about it. That's the only way I can. So I'll make up my mind. Matt, I think it's okay. Given that she likely already agreed. Or no, she didn't likely already agree. She agreed to do duets. And she was on stream. Yeah. Like the Vidal peer review before we get a near analysis. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Like, I wouldn't mind talking to Vidal about her code. I also get the impression with Bajiru, and for those of you who are more familiar with her, she seems to be not so. I think people are very protective of her. My few interactions with her, I get the sense that she's certainly, yeah, social anxiety, but also not fragile, you know? So, and given that she already agreed, was on the live stream, and we've already worked together, this will be okay, I think. I can always take it down. Phantom l'opéra. Yeah. Oh my god, I don't know why I take off my glasses. I don't know, it's uncomfortable, but I can't read anything else without them. Yeah, Kenobi. Yeah, that was a hard lesson to learn. Usually, I've never been taken out like that, ever. Yeah, Monii is an artist in her own capacity, guys. Just a heads up on that. Monii is does her own stuff, and that's what we're going to be reviewing. We're not going to be reviewing her work on Neurosama. We're going to be reviewing Monii. Just to be clear. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Martin, we're not looking at Neuro stuff. We're looking at Monii stuff. Yeah. Monii is an artist in her own capacity, has her own work. So we're going to be looking at that. And Monii's incredible. Yeah. Yeah. Bajiru sounds fantastic. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, regarding the Neurosama stuff, just to set some ground rules, because I know that there's a lot of hard feelings that go around in the community around this. Everyone is welcome to state their preference. Do not get personal with one another, please, and mock each other's preferences. There's a lot of very complicated feelings. Let's respect them. Just some ground rules. Yeah, I'm going to change the thumbnail because now we're moving on from this. I just but yeah. But I thought I did take this down. There's a great tune. I wonder if this is the tempo. Right. It's okay to not like things. It's okay, but don't be a dick about it. It's okay to not like things, but don't be a dick about the things you don't like. How many harmonies? It's okay to not like things. It's okay, but don't be a dick about it. It's okay to not like things, but don't be a dick about the things you don't like. We need a higher harmony here. It's okay to not like things. There we go. It's okay to not like things. It's okay, but don't be a dick about it. It's okay to not like things, but don't be a dick about the things you don't like. I think, yeah, Harmony Boy. Yeah. I'm okay with that sticking around. It's okay to not like things. It's okay to not like things. It's okay, but don't be a dick about it. It's okay to not like things, but don't be a dick about the things you don't like. I think something like that works. It's okay to not. It's okay to not like things. It's okay, but don't be a dick about it. It's okay to not like things, but don't be a dick about the things you don't like. And now we need a harmony. Or now we need a music video a little bit right here, a little Harmony Boy. And I will add, and I just want to say, there is no timeline, Bajiru. You know, we all have lives, there's no rush, this is no pressure, and obviously no is an acceptable answer. There we go, we had that a little bit. It's okay to not like things. It's okay, but don't be a dick about it. It's okay to not like things, but don't be a dick about the things you don't like. Alright, there we go. Little barbershop in nature, yeah. Oh, laptop in a dangerous position there. The noise gate doesn't seem to be working. I don't know what's going on. I think it's the gain filter on this thing is too high. For whatever reason, when the the HD60 Plus is plugged in. It's like it halves the audio, so it messes with my settings. Yeah, Runely, yeah. Yeah, I appreciate it, Stefan. Luckily, this community and people who congregate to my content tend to be like older. So we have maturity and stuff. Huh, hey thespian. Yeah. I do love and respect Barbershop. My dad was a big fan as well. Ah. Yeah, the for whatever reason my computer is like chugging quite a bit. Let me put some foam right on top because, you know, listen, heating components, pff, please. All right. But I do need to put it like further away from the mic. And I could afford to like partition it. I don't know why it's so hot actually. It's a little weird. All right. And Kenobi, there's nothing wrong with reminding me to hydrate. Also, I should, speaking of which, I actually should get water. Why is the fan going just like popping off? Oh, by the way, we have notifications now. So yeah, if you like unsubscribe and resubscribe, I don't know if it works, but like you can all try that. Yeah, a little thank you thing. We did some work. Update in the background, possibly. Aha, Katie, all good. All good. No guilt on age. No, I'm not calling you guys old, no. Is it looping the volume, though? A volume setting of that? Is it looping the volume through a volume setting of that? I don't know. Suppose, you know, it's a good question. About the true meaning of God. Oh, jeez. Y'all are older than the younger demographics that would be petty. I didn't call you old. Am I gonna have to dodge some hate here? How old is the slash? Older than I look, Carl. 37. Oh, it worked? Okay. At putting that thing up on the fan. Yeah. I need to partition the computer with like some Rockwell. Huh. I'm not saying he's old, but he water skied behind Noah's Ark, you know? I love that one. That's funny. Planning to do multi-stream in the future? Yes, Drekoth, yes. There's been so many challenges with the production because of HDR, but the 5100 and my skin tones don't get along. I am very chronically Caucasian, so I ordered a Sony A6100. There was an issue, like my credit card company was like, "You haven't bought anything." Like I've been tightening my belt, my financial belt. Love that. I love that. It's so good. Great job. Too boring. But I've like for the last like 2 years, like I've just like lived off of basically nothing. And you know, recently it's been less of a concern. So I dropped a significant chunk on a new camera. So that's coming in, and yeah. Oh, y'all. So regardless of whether or not Bajiru agrees, it's obviously up to her. I took what y'all said. I thought about it. So I did make a throne page. So I'm not sure exactly where to put it. It's like on the channel, the link. I don't. Sorry, I'm still figuring out. I'm hesitant to share this, but y'all said it was something you wanted, and that it was okay. So I hope it's okay. So I did a throne thing. I only have one thing up there, and it's just like I'm going to pay Daryl anyway. This is not a matter of and like, you know, Daryl, I think Daryl said she was okay composing something. Oh yeah, so good. Daryl said she was fine with writing something for me, and just for me if it comes to that. Where are the links? I'm so bad at this. Okay, there it is. So like no one needs to do anything with this. Like I got it. It just, you know, if you guys want to help, fine. But don't, like I will cover Daryl's commission myself. Just fine by me. So yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good idea, Dovos. But yeah. Sorry if I'm awkward. I get weird. I don't like talking to you guys about money. But we discussed it yesterday, so I just want to let you know that I did it. Yeah. Alright. Anyway. Today we have a free voice lesson, or no, not a free voice lesson. This individual actually paid, which is crazy. Thank you for that. So we have a voice lesson, and then, oh, I should put the stream element links in as well. God, I don't know what I'm doing anymore with my life. I'm on Stream Elements. I'm not sure what the link is for that. I'm learning, y'all, sorry. I hope this is not uncomfortable. How do I do this with the link? Anyway, I got the Stream Elements thingy, nabobber. I don't know how to do this here. Maybe I'll figure this out later. I'll figure this out later. Dang, DKK, thank you. Thank you. Wow. A voice like Velvet Splendor, Fender, Demand Tender, Rage, Tenor with Temperamenter, Enter Command Center Stage. Oh, this is delightful. As a captain of a high sea, I decree that I will be heard. You just fade, serenade, don't evade, and get loved on her. This is so epic! This is amazing. I'm pinning this somewhere in Discord. Right now. This is phenomenal. Thank you. There are more emotes that someone made. This is dope. Oh my god, y'all, this is too cool. Oh, oh man. Oh man, this is so cool. Y'all, how can you do this? It's so cool. Someone made more emotes. You guys, this is so dope. Holy crap. This is amazing. Thanks, guys. Oh man, you guys are dopest. Thanks. That's so cool. I pinned the poetry in the meme section of Discord. That's great. Thank you. YouTube takes 30, Throne takes 10 or something like that. I'm not sure. I'm new to Throne, but YouTube takes quite a significant cut, but it's fine. Like, whatever's easiest for you guys, it's fine. Sorry, I'm catching up. There's a lot of folks here. Getting the party started. Wait. What? What happened? Oh, snap. Already. Oh my god, guys. Thank you. Appreciate that. Korean fried chicken and some takoyaki. Oh, man. Shit, I'm hungry. Walkman, CD, mini desk, MP3. Now I hear stuff in FLAC. JMD. Thanks, Almanacs. Sorry, I'm still catching up, guys. I'm so sorry I'm behind. Have you seen you discover Bajiru in a phenomenal voice? Yeah, Ran Man, it's been dope. Oops. Oh my god. A lot of folks here. It's great, Stefan. The chronically Caucasian thing is funny. I'm naturally redhead. My skin knows 2 colors depending. Yeah. Yes, white and lobster peel. Yeah. Yeah, Nicholas, same. They're so sick. So this is done by so I've been trying to catch one of her streams. I haven't done it yet. I just want to give this person a shout out. So Reinhardt made the initial thing, and then this individual, I don't Kyosamurai. I'm so sorry if I'm butchering this. But she's on Twitch. So everyone should follow this amazing human. I'll put it up on stream real quick in the thingamabobs. But this is her stream name. Just up and there we go. And this is her page. Let me show this here quick. Use summary. I'll put it in chat. So she made the she made those. She edited based off of that stuff. So yeah, I can't wait to catch one of her streams. I haven't seen it yet. Man, I got the coolest community, man. I got a bunch of neato nerds. Takoyaki's wheat based. Oh yoy. Oh snap! We have the emotes now. Oh yeah, it's cool. Yeah. What's up, doggers? Did you hear me working from all the way over there? So you came to be acute and interrupt because you're greedy for the camera. My dog is more of a tenor than I am. Get down. I have a lot of secret VTubers. I hope they let me know when they're streaming. Then I should have maybe a channel that like does stream announcements like automatically or something like that. Because like I'd like to know. And frankly, Twitch does a terrible job of letting me know. I don't like how they do it. Show the blitz. You want to come on camera? The answer is yes. All right. Oh, sorry, dogger. I didn't mean to bop your nose. Oh, he's such a cutie. What are we doing? We're going to be looking at more Bajiru, and then I have a lesson at 2:30 that is going to be live, and then Saber is going to come on to show us Monii and Monii's work. Bougie, 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 bougie. Yeah, bougie, bougie, bougie. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to let you know. Okay. Yeah, let's see side eye. Listens to the announcements of other servers. Oh, okay, cool. I'll do that then. I might task Obsidian with that. I've been asking for that. I'm here rather than Twitch because the community is here. I much prefer Twitch as a platform. A lot of people are saying that. We're trying to, like I said, we want the camera. So right now the issue has been that, like this PC that I'm on is just like a beast. I want to multi-stream from here. The problem has been that Twitch doesn't allow for SDR, or sorry, HDR, and my camera does not do me any favors with my skin tones on SDR. So I upgraded the camera, and we're gonna go to SDR. It should be here soon. I did pay for like the rush delivery, but there was an issue, so it might be here tomorrow, the next day, and I'll set that up as soon as I can. Oh, Blitz would make a great emoji. Cherkun? I don't know. I apologize. I'm ignorant. Tried to post the eGPU info, but it seems to be deleted. If there's, I have heavy moderation. On a lot of things, I could probably loosen it up. Let's make a good emoji. Oh yeah, he's super cute. Yeah, I don't know what that. There's a star among streams. It's an empty chair. Oh, okay, got it. Chance to shine. Got it. Okay. Hey Nuno. Okay, let's take a look at let's actually get into some of Bajiru's stuff. Because I didn't get to do the metal stuff. Oh, Obsidian already did all this. Let me pull that up. And let me not like things a little bit. It's okay, but don't be a dick about it. It's okay to not like things. That is pretty dope. Why wasn't the 16:9 captured? I have to fix that. I thought that was captured. For whatever reason, this is let me turn off the advanced scene switcher thing I have here. The pause and unpause vertical. Let me see if that works. No? Why isn't vertical working? I don't get it. I have to I think I have to update the thingamabob. Alright. That's unfortunate. Oh, I won't yuck your yum is a good one. Oh. ADHD. He has to react to. This was supposed to be for yesterday, so Monday. And then. Oh, numb. Oh, this would be dope. Generosity and memes. Yeah, that's a fair trade. I agree with this trade of memes. It's always worth it for the memes. Live reaction of your actual camera. Cherkin's live reaction. Hello, Nightwolf. Okay, here we go. So this is Linkin Park from Baji. Let me adjust this a little bit so that she's a little bit more centered. Voila. Memes are good for the soul. That is objectively a factual statement. I agree with this sentiment. All right, there we go. Voila. Oh yeah, everyone kept saying about Pisces. Yeah, that's the prop. Listen, this is the proper entrance to a Linkin Park song, right? You know, yippee. Choices are made.
I'm tired of being what you want me to be, feeling so faithless, lost under the surface. I don't know what you're expecting of me, but under the pressure of walking in your shoes, every step that I take is another mistake to you. I've become so numb, I can't feel you there. Become so tired, so much more lower. I'm becoming this. All I want to do is be more like me and be less like. Can't you see that you're smothering me, holding too tightly, afraid to lose control? 'Cause everything that you thought I would be has fallen apart right in front of you. Every step that I take is another mistake to you.
Does anyone know how long she was singing before this tape?
It's more than I can take. Become so numb, I can't feel you there. Become so tired, so much more lower. I'm becoming this. All I want to do is be more like me and be less like. And I know I may end up getting to you, but I know you were just like me, with someone disappointed in you.
So what I meant was, how long was she singing before this? Not how many takes did she do of this particular tune. Knowing her, probably 14 days of singing straight before singing this. Yeah. Yeah, she sounds a little vocally tired. I mean, yesterday, I straight up like cracked on a couple of notes. But yeah. I think I'm not going to show this one. I still think she sounds really good. But like, yeah. It's like she has so much out there. Like, why would I not pick like the best stuff, right? Let's do Pisces. Yeah, I mean, everyone gets tired. They're human. Rasp is different from screaming. Yeah, metal screaming is dope. Let's hear Pisces from her. Yeah, I straight up like cracked on a note yesterday because I like my voice is exhausted. So like, yeah. I want to show her at her best because she's dope. Whoops. So. Yeah, Renman. I've heard that. Yeah, she's a really generous artist with the length of times that she screams. The page is a baseline standard adapter that converts GPO to an external Thunderbolt connection. Attempt fix until the server is back up. I'm just gonna do the new camera, Kimchi. If you're talking about the, because I have a laptop. Did the toilet survive? No, it was a disaster. Exactly, Il. And thank you for understanding. Yeah. I have not Nightwolves, and good luck with your pre-op appointment. Hope everything goes well. I don't know the original Pisces now. I have not done an Aurora. I can't get over the fact that it takes such a forceful exhale. It's like really hard for me to do that because it's like the antithesis of what we're working on. Okay, go rest, Carl.
Step forward, I need a new sunrise, coward, shivering inside today. I'll be a friend of mine, it's swallows, suffering with a smile, a truity from reality, with unconditional loyalty. Ego hardly can be picked 'cause I'm selfless.
What? What? Why are these demonic sounds coming from this cute cat human person who's maybe not a human? What is going on? How is she getting that? The vocal tract of someone, presumably who could do color turn notes, should not be large. Why are the sounds deep? This is... What is happening? Art is about contrast, okay? Contrast, I've said it here on the channel a bunch, it's always a strong choice. I was not prepared for this much contrast. This is a lot of contrast. This is more, so people are saying, this is false fold distortion. It's actually more than that. She's also using the arytenoid cartilage. Plural, cartilages. So, when you do these kinds of screams, you want to retract your true folds, your vocal folds, and use the vestibular folds as much as possible. But also, that higher rattling, she's also contracting the arytenoid cartilage to get the rattle on that. So she's not, it's not just, like, that's one of the reasons why this sounds so rich and intense, and why there seems like there's like a lot of different dimensions to the distortion, is because she's actually distorting more than one thing. Or using more than one part.
Promises I ever give. Don't allow me and I won't deceive. The beginning or the end you can't tell.
No. No, she does this sitting? Why? No! She does this sitting too? No! Unacceptable! Who is this human being? What is happening? Oh god, that's really good. Yo! And you can hear her protrude her lips to get a longer, oh my god. So, if I protrude my lips, if I do, oh, and I like relax my jaw and I do everything I can to elongate the vocal tract in that way, it's going to get me, it's going to do a better job of highlighting lower frequencies. So that's what she's doing here with her death metal cat cute anime girl screams. I don't know what to do with this aesthetic.
Neptune's child, shivering inside, drowns in the liquid gold. Cherish his life to the underworld.
I really like this descent. That's a really interesting vowel to sustain there. So like doing it on the is an interesting choice. It's going to make your tone a little bit more like neutral because you're going to dome your soft palate and your jaw is going to be and your tongue is going to be like a little whirled. In English, that R is like chewed. So it kind of like reins in the tone quality a little bit. Ooh, cool addition of rasp there. Cry. Huh. It's pretty dope. I gotta think about this for a second. See, that is the quality of false fold distortion that's not like ends up with pitch. I don't know how to do this one myself, but you can oscillate your false folds such that there's actually a pitch, but you can, you could just slap them together kind of randomly with air to create rasp, which is what you want to do for that effect, and I don't quite know how to do that.
Searching for love to catch on and see the
For those who don't know, I don't exactly know Bajiru well, but in my limited interactions with her, she seems like a very lovely human being. So I just imagine this, like, you know, humble, timid person, just, you know, going throughout her day. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just studying and practicing and trying to be, you know, accidentally brilliant. But, like, I don't, ah, ah, ah. I believe these are the sounds that Bajiru makes when you mess with the people she cares about. Don't get it twisted. This person will unleash eldritch energy if wronged. That's my explanation. That's how I'm going to have to sit with this. It's the only thing I can think of because, oh my God, why? How does it come out of this person? How? Say, there is no timeline, Bajiru. Why is it clipping? We're gonna delete that one. Okay, tonight. Not just, like, that's one of the reasons why this sounds so rasp. I've become so numb. I have it stuck in my head. All right. Get rid of that. Sorry, just organizing my files here. Good. Bajiru. All right. Say, there is no timeline. Yeah. Okay, so we can move that. Boosh, 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 boosh. Boosh, boosh, boosh. Okay, now we're organized. Oh my God. Sorry, guess, yeah, some of the volume is a little much, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what happened, KD. It could be the encoding. I'm not sure. An idiot's line. I like that. Yeah, sorry about the video volume, guys. Contribute to Daryl composing item. Let's see. Yeah, that's the only one I have up there. After the transformation ends, she can sing everything. Must recalibrate indeed. That's a little alarming. Take an interest in the VTuber singers. My channel has songs from about 30 or so. Different independent VTubers if you're interested. So let me change the Discord to be the pinned thing. We have to do it to where we put this stuff in the Discord, because otherwise it's really difficult to sort through. So let me pin the Discord. I'll try to put the throne link back up. Oh, did I not do that? So that's the Discord link that I just sent. Tsusaku. If you want to join the Discord and put it in Video Rex, that would be great. Oh yeah. We did. That's how we did Lust. Okay. Yeah, cupping the mic can help for sure. In that same way, it can extend the vocal tract, so I can do this, and then I can highlight my lower frequencies. Yeah. A lot of people do that for beatboxing. Nippon Manju. What else? Let me see what else Obsidian recommended as well, because Obsidian pulls from the Discord, so although moving forward I might do it myself. Reason being is that I want to protect their time so they can take bigger swings on more edited videos. So so the two of them work together, Tuporing and Obsidian. Five-Finger Death Punch. That's a heck of a name. Yeah! So we'll do this, and then we'll do Manju, because everyone wanted Manju. But I hear the name Five-Finger Death Punch. I don't know what that is. I can't say I've ever heard of the name Five-Finger Death Punch. I'm going to assume that this is not going to be a lovely, peaceful ballad, but we'll see. I feel like I've heard this before.
All night falls and I'm alone.
The versatility of her tone is kind of nuts.
Skin, yeah, chilled me to the bone. You turned down your rail, yeah. Oh, it slipped right from my hands.
Oh, nice build. Adding this distortion stuff is not easy. There's some people who do it incredibly well. Like Government Mule does it really well. Hold on. I do want to select Judge Isabel. So she seems to be adding rasp in every now and then, whereas like like the singer from Government Mule does it more this way. Joe Cocker. So the introducing it in and out is nice.
Blow on black, tears on a river, push on a shell, but it don't mean much. Joker on Jack, match on fire, cold on ice, a dead man's touch. Whisper on a scream.
She left the screen.
Doesn't mean a thing, doesn't bring you back. No, it's blue.
I wasn't prepared for that.
你好，
That's funny. So I like the way she approaches runs, almost entirely with laryngeal tilts. Ecco ridente in cielo. Oh, my voice is so tired. Spunta la bella aurora. I don't know if I can demonstrate this. Every valley shall be exalted, bum, 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 shall be exalted. Yeah. So in a lot, different genres will do things differently for vocal runs. So tongue, jaw, like pop singers are like, oh my god, like that's a big thing in pop. But the only way to really do it in classical singing, given how much we need to project, our vocal folds are not so they're stretched out almost the entire time. So we can't just like move our jaws and affect the vocal folds that way. Like you can in more speech level singing. So in opera, you do it like shall be exalted. You did it that way. My voice is really tired, so I was flatlined there. But anyway, Blitz. You got poopy? Is that what this is about? Why are you acting rambunctious? Okay, you're acting like it needs something. Can't accuse her of not being an entertainer.
But now I see truth lies and in between. Wrong can't be undone.
She has really good control of her soft palate. Also, the way that she's done this, the thing that blew my mind with the Fifth Element, the ha 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 or whatever, like her ability to add in breathiness and then adjust how she uses her vocal tract to kind of like highlight different resonance. So when you do, I'll just bring out this really quick, my spectrogram. Right? It's white noise, but I can do whisper, right? I can change how my vocal tract is oriented so that the white noise has kind of, a resonant frequency. And you can adjust your vocal tract for effect when you add like this kind of hissy sound. So she is really good at like getting this like hollow tone with this like breathy addition.
Wrong.
And it even sounds like a little bit, she drops her soft palate to add nasality. I imagine that's a choice. Nasality is not necessarily pejorative, by the way. You can use it for effect.
Wrong can't be undone. Oh no, when it slipped from the tip of your tongue.
You make a valid point, Kitty. But also, the Estel one you can't scroll, unfortunately. So it doesn't, it destroys the information, alas.
The one like tears on a river, sure, but it don't mean much. Joke around.
She's blending with the guitar? Why? Why would you flex like that? What are you, Mariah Carey imitating the guitar in a high note? Don't do that to my soul. I mean, but do it. Like, no, like, you should actually do it. It's really sick. Don't listen to me when I say don't. You do when I say don't, because it's dope.
Blue on black, tears on a river, push on a shore, but it don't mean much. Blue on black, tears on a river, push on a shore, but it don't mean much. Joker on Jack, mash on fire, cold on Asa, dead man's touch. Whisper.
Do you even need the guitars and the track Bajiru, huh? Do they serve a purpose? Are they just there for show? They're decorations. Instrumentals, who needs them, right? Everyone else. Instrumentals are very important. But apparently for her, optional.
It's blue on black, blue on black.
Whenever I do that sound, it's not that good. It's not that good. Whenever I do that kind of. It's a really cool sound. I'll show it to you in a bit. But my dog looks like he needs to poo, or he's gonna kill me. I don't think I can do that sound today. Oh, I can explain how it works mechanically. All right, Blitz, I know. Okay, you gotta poo. All right, you couldn't do it when I let you out before the stream, right? You gotta interrupt the stream because you're a tenor. Right? You're a tenor. He's a tenor. You're a tenor. I know. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Poopy. Come on. Let's go, Poopy. No, it's too early, though. No, it's too early. Just because you look at me like that doesn't mean it's time. He wants his FOOD. And he looks at me like I haven't fed him in a year. All right. Sitting ovations. Oh, if we're gonna do sitting ovations, I gotta put my knees on my chest. I did, Raven. It came at the cost of my porcelain throne. Am I spelling it not to trigger the dog? Yeah. No, if I trigger Blitz, it's over.
Oh, it's blonde black. Yeehaw!
No, no, did you? Why would you do the? Yeah. Why would you do that? The contrast is why. I mean, again, it's great. It's just confusing because my brain and my heart doesn't know what to do with it. That's all. That's all. You go on being yourself. I'm gonna just go to therapy and process it like an adult. But in the meantime, I don't know what to do. I just got a water thing. Admittedly, probably not enough water. She has some trouble transitioning from belting to like a more traditional style of singing, but it's like a small thing. It's really hard to know with her because of how long she sings. Like, it's so just so we understand what like that demands, it's not an easy thing to do. Let me... Like, that she sings for as long as she does is kind of absolutely insane. And generally not recommended, but there are people who do it. It's just not common. So when you do a more traditional singing style, you contract the CT muscles, and this pulls the thyroid cartilage forward. I'm not going to put this in the video because, like, again, I don't know enough about her to know, like, what is her being tired versus what is, like, something she's working on. This is from 2 years ago. This transition between belting and, it's kind of like the opposite motion. So for classical, you tilt your thyroid cartilage forward, and then for belting, you tilt it backwards. So it's like this, right? And then it changes your vocal tract, so you have to adjust the vowel. So it's kind of tricky. She navigates it very well, but it's made way more difficult the more tired you are. Don't listen to me saying you can't do things. We can clip that, sure. You down with the OPP? Yes. The only thing I can think of that would explain this level of endurance would be just kind of like her vowels are really good, although she changes vowels depending on the style. So does certain vowels that are less ergonomic. That's for aesthetic choices, obviously, but kind of wild. Yeah, Karen. Yeah. That's insane. That's an insane level of endurance. And this is why, like, I'm hesitant to, like, point out anything minor. Because there are only so many muscles that you're using, and they're all really tiny. Like, I'm not going to sing today. My voice, you can hear it in my vocal folds are, like, really quite swollen. It's a bit of a problem, so I'm not trying not to scream as much. And I'm definitely not going to be singing today, so... that she does it for this length of time is a little wild. Hey, Vester. Like, I wasn't doing it. I wasn't really singing for that long. I love that thing. Thanks, too boring. Good job. Let's see. Oh, you guys had the recommendation of the Muzz something? Munchies? Munch? Her singing the Munch? Yeah, the 8 to 10 hour thing almost concerns me. But I don't want to be unnecessarily alarmist. Hearing that she sang the Toad Chandelier thing does concern me, because that well, yeah, I don't want to be alarmist. Ripon Manju, yeah, that was Nippon, yeah. Yeah, the toad thing worries me. That has nothing to do with her skill, and everything to do with the fact that inherently that sound is not ideal to make. Well, the problem with belting, the reason why Toad concerns me is they wouldn't have an opportunity to step in before there's a problem, Runely. A vocal hemorrhage can happen very quickly, right? It can happen on a note. So there is no stepping in. Your folds are now bleeding, right? And the Toad thing can do that. It puts her in a situation where that is a thing that can happen. Yeah. So it's like there is no stepping in. Yeah, that long is tough. Yeah, so let me explain this real quick. And I explained this in her Discord, so I'm pretty sure she read it and or knows. When you belt, like we said, we tilt the thyroid cartilage forward. But like what's happening is that your folds are much fatter now. Okay? Hey, Tink. So because your folds are fatter, you have more buildup of breath pressure. If the breath pressure is enough, then what happens is this. Ow. Right? So the force can just be such that they slam together and they start to bleed. If done enough, that can cause scar tissue. Vocal nodules are callous, right? That's just, you sing a lot, friction builds up, dead skin builds up, callus. It's not ideal. It can cause issues later on down the road for a couple of reasons, but if you rest, the callus goes away. Scar tissue does not. It's permanent. So, like, you know, you can, like Bonnie Tyler, like, I need a hero. Like, part of her unique sound was the scar tissue on her vocal folds, from what I understand. Tom Waits has a unique sound. Like, it's not going to stop you from ever singing again or anything like that, but it will forever change your tone. So, and Bajiru's tone is something I would never want to change, ever. So the Toad thing concerns me. Yeah. Like, even if it's a joke and even if she can do it, I don't think she should. That is my opinion. Yeah. But that's just me. Like when a pencil snaps from too much pressure? Yeah, basically. Yeah. Yeah, Nicholas, but yapping you can do all day if you're doing it well. This is just like a unique circumstance where it doesn't matter. Like the toad, to get the Toad sound, the reason why the Toad sound is funny is because it's a hot mess, right? That's why it's funny. At the same time, it is fundamentally, to get the sound, you must sing like a hot mess. That's the sound. That is how you make it, right? So yeah, belting is fine. Belting purposefully badly, no, you don't want to do that. Belting is already risky. Just like opera singing is actually quite risky. It's a very challenging thing to do. It's an extreme thing to do with the voice. So to do it badly on purpose, like, I don't like that, but that's me. Yeah. That's interesting, Karen. Good. No, as long as she acknowledges she's bad, she can make responsible choices. Toad sounds just like me. I don't want to belabor the point. Yeah. That's a shame. I don't, yeah, retire singing because of vocal issues. That can be rectified. I presume, I don't know, it depends on the issue, but yeah. I am indeed a hot mess, Lisha, yes. She just blew out the mic with that sound. I've heard her sing high D and not blow out the mic, and she just blew out the mic. What is going on? Why is there like happy anime chiptune things under the growling? What is happening? No, you can't just, no, you can't do that! I'm trying not to scream because my voice is so tired because the last several days I had to scream my head off because the things you do to my brain are demented. I can't do this like you do when I scream. It's not easy for me.
Okay, there you go.
What? Ah. I said that she didn't have to sacrifice goats and all she has to do is stand, but now I'm starting to wonder if she actually didn't. She had the goats. She never sacrificed them. She just shoved them in her larynx, and their eternal screaming torment comes out of her face hole upon a whim. I don't know what to do with this. Yeah, metal screams can be done just fine. I don't know how to teach it, so I don't feel comfortable teaching it. I also don't know how to do it. I know how, but there's the difference between understanding intellectually the mechanics and then also understanding the coordination. And I don't have that coordination. I love that. That's funny, Piggy. Yeah. When she shapes her oral cavity, she actually just shapes it into the shape of a pentagram, and that's how she gets the really bright metal tones, yeah. Are you convinced that she doesn't have the respiratory system of a bird? If she has to take really small inhales, that would actually kind of explain quite a bit. Oh yeah, there's that bird on in shorts that sings death metal. It's really funny. Yeah, the range shinny is one thing, but like there are a lot of people who say they have range, and it sounds like a Tarzan note. What are you doing, Blitz? Like, you know, there's a difference between hitting the notes and singing them, right? I think the difference with Baji is that she can sing the notes, and depending on the piece and where she's at, transitioning is usually pretty impeccable, from what I've seen. And that's also not easy. That's its own skill as well. So. Yeah, Mudvayne. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah, if I practiced it, Almanacs, but like, I love opera. So like, one of the things that I basically is like, so singing can break down into a lot of different sub skills, right? Resonance is one of them, I would say, like the ability to project and be resonant and optimize for resonance. It's like basically my whole thing. I very much zero in on that as a skill. And that's basically all I do is practice that and try to, as I ascend and descend and all of that, I try to maintain as much resonance as I can, not to be conflated with volume, though more resonance usually it is a little louder, but it's my favorite thing about singing. And it's unfortunate it does not translate well over microphone. When you listen to opera live, it's almost like their body is ringing like a bell. There's a quality, if you've heard a bell live, a human being can do that. It can like the human itself can ring and resonate. And opera at its best is that. And that's what I do. That's what I prioritize. So unamplified, I sound, there's a quality that doesn't translate. And that's what I spend my entire skill set doing. So, and I do that at the cost of my range, right? Because if I just was concerned about hitting notes, it would be a lot easier. Yeah, so I do that at a cost of quite a lot. When I put on a belt and run into flatulence problems, am I alone in this? Belt might be too tight, Tony. I've had that problem before. You're on fire today. She's holding the knee close to the chest so demons have no space to summon in and only scream through the portal. Obvious, yeah. Are bass singers with fat folds more at risk for hemorrhages? Lower risk. Higher surface area means the force is distributed amongst a higher surface area. So less at risk. The smaller the vocal folds, the more at risk you are for vocal injury. I'm actually imagine Bajiru's folds are not like super large, right? Because she can sing Queen of the Night. So yeah, hence the Nicholas, I don't know. There are a lot of folks who follow me who enjoy gospel and sing gospel and are religious. I am not. I don't mind making jokes and stuff like that, but like I also Like there are a lot of people who are religious and they don't often make an appearance in my community. I haven't seen them in a while, but there are a lot of people who watch that content from me, and so that's why I try to be careful with that stuff. Yeah. Obviously, you know, by all means, crack the jokes, but I don't think I would put an emoji there, just to let you know my train of thought on that one. Reminds me of how crowds of people, including mosh pits on which the study was conducted, act more like a non-Newtonian solid. So they get a bigger number. That's interesting. We can do the goat killing, though. That's fair, Nicholas. That's dope. Yeah, those are good. That's a good combination of.
Have you ever been told that you're cute before?
Anyway, short Sarah thing.
How'd you get so cool?
There's one thing with Baji that, like, this would be wildly indulgent on my end, but it's one of the reasons I wanted to hear her sing this. This was my, like, if I had to make a request, aside from, you know, the duet, this would be it. Oh, I do need to hydrate, yeah. So I think Baji could actually achieve this tone quality. I've heard this tone quality sneak in and out of her voice. I think for those who've listened to a lot of her, you probably know what I'm saying. Where's the freak out on my channel? It's so pretty. Anamorpho is mind-bogglingly beautiful, and then Rachmaninoff killed it. So when I I sent Daryl, so when I asked Daryl about the commission, I sent her that. I was like, I want a vocalise. I would like something like this, or inspired by this from you. So yeah, that would be the duet that Daryl would write. I mean, obviously Daryl would do it her way, which is what I would want. But yeah, Rachmaninoff, not bad. You hear that? So the difference between the ha and the ha is matters in terms of the aesthetic of opera. I would never ask somebody to do vowels in a particular way, because it's kind of like a, you know, it's like you're shaping someone's tone, and I don't, yeah. But like, it's every now and then, like that quality of anamorpho or morpho sneaks in. Just, okay, quick in the night. Just Queen of the Night. That. Oh. Just Queen of the Night. Yo. Yeah, I was even like, I stopped and I was like, oh, that tone. Yeah, it's a, it's like, oh. Yeah, no, that track, I'm not sure how much I can play of it on YouTube. I will, every time I listen to this track from beginning to end, I will cry, period. This is, to me, stunning. This just does things to me. Do you see why I think Bajiru would kill this? I think she would just absolutely. I think it'd be so good for her. Yeah, Rachmaninoff wrote some beautiful things. This is called a vocalise, so it wouldn't technically be opera, in that it's not theater; it's just a piece. But yeah. Yes, Virgilius. When there's no words, yeah, it becomes a vocalise. She has done the Fifth Element song, Karen. It's absurd, complete with digital effects. It's insane. But I think like yeah, I think Bajiru. What's nice about a vocalise is there's not a lot of rules. I mean, you do have to sing the notes as written if you're doing it like if we're in respect of the tradition, right? Like so in classical music, like it's where it's a bunch of specialists, right? Like the singer is the singer, the composer is the composer, right? So a composer, and this depends on the subgenre as well. At the time, so after Wagner, composers were held to be like almost like too sacred. In the Baroque era, it was common to interpolate and add and do a bunch of different stuff. Rossini allowed for it as well. But in the Romantic era, which kind of kicked off from Wagner, composers were held in maybe overly high esteem. Yeah, like Rachmaninoff, he wrote some good notes. Like Rachmaninoff ain't bad, right? So if you're gonna make changes, like it better be informed. But you don't need to change much, right? It's a beautifully written piece. Is the point. But there's no you could do this on an E, an O, an A, like doesn't matter, right? It's a vocalise. You whatever vowels you want to use, go right ahead. Consonants, fine, not common, but fine. So this would allow like Bajiru's kind of like playful nature, Yeah, Virgilius. I heard she does a lot of vocal stuff, like just like meanderings and improvs, and this is perfect for that. And these older recordings, man, the dynamic range that they get is so incredible. And this is maybe something I should ask Saber. How do we set us up, both me and Bajiru, if obviously Bajiru agrees to do it? How would we set ourselves up for success to have this dynamic range? Because this is really important, right? We only have vowels to work with, so we have to phrase it beautifully, depending on what Daryl wants. Yeah, visualize, yeah. Like, that's just so good. That's just so good. Anyway, so yeah, when I the first time I heard actually was the Fifth Element thing. And we'll play a little clip of that, my freak out thing. But in the when she does that Fifth Element thing, it's like, oh, vocalise, Rachmaninoff. That kind of reminded me of that. I heard that and I was like, yeah. Damn.
I don't know, this is just off of memory, so I'm not sure.
I think.
And what's nice, what's nice is that so I talk a lot about like resonance, right? Like that's my specialty, yada yada yada, right? I was mentioning that. I think one of the reasons why Bajiru and my voice blend so well is I don't think she's like, you're gonna think I'm crazy. Like the amount of work I do for resonance with my body, and the reason I freak out over her sitting the way she does. Why is the piano not working? That would be like without any body to the tone. If I did it with body. So I have a lot of these lower frequencies that are like a little bit more meat to them. And so like I can kind of like do that, and then she can kind of sit on top of it. Now we're talking metaphors, but like it's almost like my voice kind of like can surround hers in a way, and in this supportive kind of like sonic way. I'm sure there's a better way to describe this. I'm not an audio person. But like when I hear this, inside your mind. Holy flashbang. I apologize. Yeah, Almanacs. Yeah, I've said words to her about this, yeah. In all your fantasies, you always knew that man and mystery were both you. Hear him saying? It's like we sound so good. Like our voices are perfect. So like if she did a vocalise, she'd get to play around a lot, and then this sort of like the grace that happens from a more classical approach to singing would be present just by virtue of the fact that I'm harmonizing with her, I think, is what I'm saying. What about older recordings, and if it's the hardware? Analog recordings did are quite nice. There's something about tape that's, it kind of has an intangible. Yeah, Destress, yeah. Why do I keep freaking out about Bajiru? There's a lot to freak out about. Yeah. True. Yeah. But I you know, like a, yeah, I don't know. A vocal lease is like a good way to show off that you just have an amazing tone. Far from, you shouldn't need rules or this stupid elitism. I've seen people be so stupid, for example. Because so there's, you can be pedantic about rules. And that happens often. Don't get it wrong, right? 100% understand what you're talking about, but it doesn't have to come from that place, right? Forms, dance forms, poetic forms, they can add a structure and give an aesthetic and inform a direction, right? So it's not about rules as much as it is about like having a guideline. In the words of Stravinsky felt like you couldn't write anything without limitations, right? So you can have your limitations, and that's fine. That can actually give you a lot of direction, right? So, and I wouldn't impose any rules on Bajiru. It's just like, you know, there's a certain aesthetic to a vocal lease that you can achieve if you do certain things a certain way. If you want to break that aesthetic for artistic purpose, that's dope, right? But are you going to tell me this doesn't sound good? I would just like, I cannot disagree more if you think this doesn't sound good. This sounds this way because there are certain patterns that are followed. That's all. You don't have to follow the patterns, but you want, the second you break them arbitrarily, you don't have the pattern anymore. So it doesn't sound like this. It doesn't have to sound like this. Nothing has to sound like this. But does it sound good? Right? That's the difference between a pedantic, here are some guidelines and here are some rules, and do you want to sound this way? Because there's ways to do that. That's all. It's that simple. Yeah. So, oh, by the way, and just to, because I do get some people who come into my channel who decided that it's just tradition, it's culture. There's certain cultural norms, for example. So, but, and by the way, and I just, because I do get people who come to my channel with this, we like to get into details. We like to discuss things. We like to discuss ideas. If you are somebody who wants music to remain pure, and you don't want to talk theory, and you don't want to talk anatomy, and you don't want to talk certain things, because you don't want to think about that, and you just rather enjoy it, cool. That's good. That's not what we do here. That's not this channel. Yeah? We get into details. Because I think they're worth getting into. I think they're interesting, but that's me. You don't have to agree. Just heads up. So again, Martin, there are people who are bastards about it. Undeniably. Yeah, there are people who are really rude about it. Yeah, but also Iron Mouse does love some of those things. So you can use it in a bad way. You can use it like an asshole. So, okay, Martin. You can view it your way. I'm going to continue doing what it is that I do, okay? Yeah, I'm not at all in disagreement that people can arbitrarily impose tradition for detrimental effect, right? But you also don't have to do it that way. You can love a thing and use information to get closer to that thing. Yeah. So that's more where I'm coming from. Also, I do think Bajiru has good musical instincts. So, like, yeah. I'm flexible. Let's change the thumbnail, maybe. So we're getting into the metal reacts. What else is there? Oh, I'll hide some, yeah. There were some other ones, yeah, but like, here, I'm just opening up the video recommendation. True Rain, formerly known as Purple. Risk of Rain, vocal improv. Ooh, I would love to hear this. Yes, thank you. Yes, the vocal improv stuff. Absolutely.
Oh my god. I'm kind of out of breath. Other bad, do you want to do this one?
Yeah, sure, gotcha.
This is cool. The siren in the back is like harmonizing with this. This is really funny. I don't entirely agree, Martin. I do agree that transmitting a message and emotion is the point, but there are mediums in which you can do that, different tools, right? Like, that's like saying, I think all painting should be done in blood, right? What about a paintbrush? What about oil paintings? What about watercolor? What about a lot of things, right? If you want to keep it simple, go for it. But yeah, don't expect me to agree. That's all. This is super cool. So there's I had a whole video about this with Beyonce. There's a oh God, I wish my piano works. I don't know why it doesn't. Hold on. Let me figure this out. Lex, I'm gonna need you to get down. It's not time yet. Okay? Stop. Get down. You can do. I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing. Well, I mean, there could be. I suppose some things wrong with doing art with blood. I suppose that can get very unethical very quickly. But you know, why isn't this working? I don't hear the piano. Do you guys hear it? No? Because this is on this. There we go. Okay. Probably better to do like a Phrygian. Something like that. Anyway, jazz inspired me to kind of like futz around. But the yeah, genres confine. Genres create expectation. There's a better way to say this. I mean, playing with expectations and norms and understanding the expectations and norms is what allows for drama in a lot of ways. So like one of the reasons why I love Daryl's music so much is that we have tonal expectations or harmonic expectations in tonal music, right? And atonal music is a thing, right? Most people don't listen to it. Most people like tonal music. And so what Daryl does that I love so much is she'll do mode mixtures. So say, for example, I'm in C major. You're going to expect me to do this, right? And what Daryl will do is this. And sometimes she might even do into this. Major 6, how dare you, right? So what's really cool about what Bajiru is doing here is she's playing around with intervals in kind of a way that's it's not Arabic in nature. It is Arabic inspired. I have a whole video on this as far as it pertains to Beyonce's use of it. But if I do something like that, that's Phrygian with a raised seventh. And so you can take a scale like that and futz around with it and improv. Also, this reminds me of like traditional, this is a Japanese opera? I don't know. Let me see if I don't know if I'm thinking of the right aesthetic. I don't know if this is safe to do, but no, it's a Japanese opera singer. I want traditional Japanese opera. There's a certain style of singing. I don't know what it is. It's Korean, maybe. Yeah, Joey, you were there for that whole. Has the sab3r stuff happened? No, sab3r is happening at 4. Voice lesson at 2:30, I believe. Let me double check the time on the voice lesson. I do think it's at 2:30. 2:30, yes. That's a pretty good explanation, Lashaw. Yeah, I feel like it's difficult to fully encapsulate this with just one expression or one saying, but that's pretty darn close. Enka? Chinese opera? So it's not nasalized, it's got, it's using the AS, but yeah, that is the sound. Yeah, I think Chinese opera, maybe. Korean pansori? I'll check that out as well. But obviously, I'm out of my element here. Yeah. Yeah. Some elements of this. This is I don't know if I'm off base here. This is not in my element, but this kind of reminds me of this aesthetic here. Yeah, it's like there's a borrowing of this. Apparently, some people in chat are saying there's also a Korean. Oh man, there's a whole like world here. Yeah, two different aesthetics: Northern Chinese opera and Southern Chinese opera have their own aesthetics and traditions. Korean pansori, possibly. There's a whole, yeah. This is like the whole thing. Right, this is a whole world. I'm not at all an expert on any of this stuff, but so this is my very uninformed opinion that this is reminiscent of that in terms of the phrasing and the approach musically, like that. It's super cool. Oh, that's the tone I'm talking about. That's the tone I'm talking about. When she rounds that vowel, like it hits me in my soul. I love all the stuff she does, but like it's so my favorite thing. Personal preference has no foundation in technical reality. Just I love it. Yeah, Davos. I'd love to know more about. It's gonna sound so weird. It sounds so weird. I would love to know more about how she breathes. Yes, breath. That's a weird thing, but because if she's sitting like this, I imagine her inhales must be really quite small. But I don't know, because then she goes for such a long time. It'd be interesting to know. People are making fun of me in my chat. Are you a vocal coach or a serial killer? We can't decide. Oh boy. I did say it would be strange. Matt, please, yeah, get some rest, man. Take care of yourself, first and foremost. Much appreciated. Why not both? Y'all are just making fun of me now. See, this is dope. This is so good. I love this. Like, she sounds so good that it's just like, yeah, I'll just listen to her sing on vowels. Let's go. Like, why not? And I love, it's kind of like there's a lot of genre bending, a lot of creativity, a lot of fun, a lot of playfulness. Really love our sound. So you got, it's funny, you guys find this chill, like this, like I feel like this is like, to me, this isn't a matter of chill. This is like, I will now calmly and deterministically climb a mountain. I don't know why, but I feel I must. That's kind of the vibe this gives me. Determination. Yeah, this would be dope. Is she controlling the dynamics, or is it mic technique when she goes on the top notes? Could be both. I would imagine mostly technique, because she, from my understanding, she's using a condenser microphone, so it'd probably be, it would have to be technique. And of course, if she's sitting, which I imagine she is. What if she's sitting? She's not going to be able to work her way. Like, she would have to, she can move her head a little bit for dynamic control, but yeah, no. This is likely just technique. Oh yeah, Dynasty Warriors is a good reference. Yeah, I could listen to this on repeat. She's not just an anime girl. Apparently she's some sort of cat goddess, apparently to the lore, I don't know. That's dope. Yeah, so this is where like, yeah. And what I like about Daryl's music so much is the boldness of it. It's so bold, the music. And Bajiru is very free. So like, you know, when I talk about the vocalese like aesthetic, and I bring us back to this recording, so many opportunities to play with like form. I am not a good enough musician. I do not express myself through composition. I don't have the capacity and the to navigate like Daryl does such a good job of navigating the idioms of classical music and then just slapping it across the face. You know, like, oh, a symphony with a bass guitar, let's do it. Like, and then Bajiru is this like free creature, right? And like I would, yeah, I don't like, I wouldn't trust me to write something for Bajiru like at all, ever. As much as I would love Bajiru to sing Rachmaninoff, like it would be so cool to get her to have this more freedom. And I feel like Daryl would be this great glue. I don't know if it'll work. Like, you know, I don't know if we'll all just naturally fit in together, but man, flashbang. I am so white, it is ridiculous. But yeah, it'd be so dope. Okay, Jessica, I'll see you. Green buddy goddess, I guess. Chat just loves to call her a cat and use the cat redeem. Gotcha. Not enough songs to the left right speakers. Isabel's lullaby. Dope. Thank you, Katie. I wouldn't mind checking that out. Sorry, Thorline. Isabel's lullaby. Sorry, guess. I didn't mean to miss out on that. Monii, we have a whole, sab3r put a whole playlist of Monii together, but I'll add that. Isabel's lullaby. Oh yeah, no, I do have to hydrate. Thank you. We do need a flashbang emote. Yes. I'll be right back, because even on my end, that was a flashbang, which is quite a statement. I'll be right back. Also, if I have my water pitcher. Oh, I got a be right back screen. I should use it. Hold the phone. Sorry, Chirkin. Boosh. Bye-bye, Jerkin. I am very much dehydrated. Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about Money. I've heard a little bit, and I liked what I heard, but I might need a reminder again after the water is all filtered out. Usually the problem with singers that versatile and free like her is to find a specific genre, make an album, or find a single that can break. Or build a community. Could you possibly check the second song of Bajiru? I want to do a little bit more. Thank you, Hudson. Turn off BRB screen? I thought it is off because I switched the scene. Oh, have a good one, Nightwolves. What was the one you said it was something lullaby? Okay, Tink, if you could put it in the Discord channel, that would help instead of the DMs, because it's very hard for me to. Is Isabella's lullaby? Lullaby. And Bajiru does it. It's in the suggestions. Oh, if we have two channels, this is silly. Okay, there we go. Isabella's lullaby. Yeah, we have to fix that two-channel problem. See this. Look at how she goes to the brighter vowel instead of just doing a simple crescendo. Yeah, she's like stylistically like brightening the vowel at the end. If we did do a vocalist together, I would really need to think about how I would work with her attacks in her runs are really like succinct. Her sense of timing is quite good too. It's like a different thing. Like if she wanted to do that, I'd want to work around this. So it'd be difficult to know exactly how to do that. I'd have to practice and play around quite a bit. I'd have to lighten up quite a bit. It's so weird to me that it's just like the intoxicating aesthetic and sound of hers and all the stuff she does, and then she was like, "Oh, I forgot to hold my microphone." I'm like, wait, oh, that's right. This person isn't like strutting around all the time. It's just it's such a contrast for me. Sorry, contrast. I was like hovering over. I was like, I heard a sound I really like, and then every sound afterward was like, I really like this too. I'm still liking this. It's still really good. We're gonna keep going. Gets me every time. Okay. You just gotta drop that. Like, oh God, like, I believe you guys when you say it's not a bit, that she's just like this. But man, it's funny. trying to remind me that she did this while sitting. I'm gonna disagree with that. I don't even care if you're right. Okay, I can't handle it. She was standing this whole time. Don't correct me. I'd like to have a calm day. I'd like to have a good day. Okay? I'd like to have one where I can sleep at night, all right? She was standing for this. That's what I'm gonna tell myself, all right? We're gonna remain calm here. Distortion creeping in or air leakage. I would need to listen to it again. I wasn't listening for it. I was F6. Oh my god. That's pretty good. F sharps. F sharp 6. I mean, I've heard people hit like A flat 6 and stuff like that in concert. It's definitely not normal. Don't get me wrong. And then to sustain it also is wild. But I'm more. I think what I like more about than the high notes. I mean, the high note is dope. But I just like her tone. I like the way she sounds. That to me is always like the thing that total preference, right? Like obviously high notes are impressive, right? I've heard a lot of singers who hit high notes. Then it's always fun, for sure. And it was a darn good note. But that's what I'm trying to say is like it sounds good. You know, that's always what's nice to me. Yeah. I don't. From what I've checked, Karen, I don't think they've sung together. Yeah, Devos, the interpolation of the high note was tasteful. Yeah, I agree. It could be air leakage, and that's likely. So, when you hit high notes of a particular, I'll show you. At a certain point, when you're hitting high notes, you don't have full vocal closure. Even like, you know, even if it's like falsetto or not falsetto. Let me get paint up. Do I have paint up for this? All right. Let me get this up. All right. So like full vocal closure, right? Boosh. Oops. All right. My drawing sucks. Also, this is not big enough. There we go. Full vocal closure, right? You get to a certain point, and this is true of everybody, of every voice type, etc. With exception of belting. When you're singing in this way, though, this is not belting. You have more like this happening, right? Or just a little bit or touching. And people will argue to the death for no reason about you know, whether or not it's falsetto or head voice, but really we should think of it as like on a continuum. So, you know what I mean? So the air leakage is going to come out from the empty space here. And that actually does show up on a spectrogram. So we do this little white stuff, the little like static, that's air leakage. So, but at that pitch, it's kind of normal. It doesn't travel as much when you're singing live and like without a microphone. You don't often hear those qualities travel. Yeah. That's a shame. Tactical. Maybe. I don't know Bajiru well enough to to know if but it would be nice to hear Bajiru and Mouse sing together. That'd be dope if that ever happens. Yeah, she's probably average for a bunny goddess, right? Voice lesson time. And hydration, yes. All right. Okay. And yes, hydration. Thank you. Hey, give me 1 second to get some water. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries.
But you are, we are live. Just you were in the chat, but you know, just figured I'd give you the heads up. Right back. I might have been thirsty. Oh my god. All right, headphones on. Let me turn on the virtual camera. Okay. Do you want your avatar on screen, or would you prefer no?
It's up to you if you want it. It's fine.
I mean, I'm happy to plug you, and your stuff. I just whatever privacy things you would like to do is what I want to respect first and foremost. But
yeah, I'm good with whatever.
you're good with what now?
I'm good with whatever you want to do.
All right, we can keep it simple like this. So do you want to just sing something so I can see what's going on and what you want to work on?
I don't know. Just sing a vowel or something, or
A little bit of a tune that moves around. Happy birthday would suffice.
let's see. Let's pull something up on YouTube here and sing along, I guess.
Just get ready to pause because I won't need to hear a whole lot. So I'll interject when I hear something.
Your secrets in my skin. Come away with innocence and leave me with my sins. Air around me still feels like a cage.
Okay. Do you have anything that goes up a little higher for you? Or is it the range you'd like to sing in? Or would prefer?
I'm currently most comfortable in my lower range, but I would like to explore my more mid and upper range more.
Sure. Yeah, I'd like to hear some other parts of your range as well. If there's something that goes up that you feel comfortable with.
Right, this one, Miss Murder by AFI. This is what I brought you, this you can keep. This is what I brought you, may forget me. Promise you, promise one thing. Kiss my eyes and lay me to sleep. This is
So,
what I brought you, this you can keep. This is what I brought you, may forget me. Promise you my heart, just promise to sing. Kiss my eyes and lay me to sleep.
okay. All right. So, here's what I'm hearing. Your folds are very relaxed.
Mm,
There's not a lot of vocal closure, which doesn't necessarily have to be anything a matter, right? Like it's just kind of cause and effect. I'm going to give you a little bit of an exercise,
all right.
and I'm going to explain what the exercise does, what's going to happen once we kind of figure out how to do that, and then you tell me whether or not you like the effect of the sound. And
Sure.
yeah, so that's actually kind of serendipitous that we were discussing vocal closure. So I want to, your folds are kind of doing this. So I drew it like this, right? Like everything was kind of tight here, but
Right.
it's more like this for you, right? They're really relaxed. They're coming together, but they're very relaxed. And that's why you get that kind of gravelly tone. Also, you're,
Right.
you know, your low end so that you kind of get a fry.
Mm,
So that's not exactly a problem. If you want that aesthetic, there's a lot of genres where that can come in. I don't want you to lose the ability to do that or anything like that.
yeah.
But you should have an option to do another thing. So
Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted. Like, I mean, I have kind of sung a bit in like my mid and upper range, but it's never been the most comfortable.
sure. I mean, yeah, happy to help you with that. So we're gonna do I want you to think of an E vowel, E, and then I want you to put a V in front of it. V. Right?
Wait. V. Oh, wait. You
Yeah,
want me
it's
to
a
do the
sustain
E
on
or
a V.
just the V? Sorry.
It play around with it, by the way. It might take you a little bit to find how to do it, but you just put
Right.
and you sustain on a V sound. Keep playing around with it. Try to make it comfortable. Give it a couple more tries.
Oh.
So you might be exhaling a little bit too much. So,
Okay. Yeah, I am used to doing metal streams, so I do tend to use a lot of my diaphragm.
yeah. So, it's more like, I don't have a problem with your inhale. It's more, if I go to the anatomy, I have dismembered this individual quite a lot, for which I apologize. It's more the surrounding muscles. I might literally just relaunch the anatomy here because I've taken too much away from this man. It's quite morbid, actually. All right. So I want you to relax your chest muscles as you do this, and try not to try not to like contract too much. Just kind of let it out slowly.
Okay. Let's see. Yes. Instead of relax my chest, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is that better?
Yeah, much. So now I want you to go and just kind of slide up a little bit comfortably. It doesn't have to be a big interval. Just slide it up a little bit.
Okay.
Nice. So as you slide up now, try to find that same comfort on the exhale. so that it's just feels just as easy as it did on the low.
Okay.
As you ascend, you'll need like less air, right?
Right. Oh.
It's a new coordination. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not used. I'm used to like pushing so much air out.
A lot of people are. Yeah, it's usually. Did you say you sing metal? Because sometimes metal techniques. Yeah. So metal techniques demand generally a lot more air because you're trying to actually adduct your false folds, which are larger. So when you want that distortion, that's what you do. When you're working with your vocal folds, they're smaller, so you actually need quite a bit less.
Yeah, I mean, like I could show you like kind of what I'm used to doing, I guess.
Sure, but let's show me. Let's stick with the and going up like that.
Okay, just gotta relax. All right.
Yeah. Now I want you to do this. All right. Can you sing on that?
I've never been able to do that sound.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I've tried so many times. I can't do it.
Can you roll your R's?
No.
Can I hear what it's like when you try to do it?
Wait, maybe.
Actually, that suffices. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah. So, give it a shot with the ascending. If it ends up that yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm tightening into my chest. I'm noticing. Let me relax that.
Yeah. Good. I'm glad you noticed.
Oh no. Okay, I'm losing that buzz when I go down lower, but
That's okay. So the primary concern that I have, or not concern, the primary thing we're working on is vocal closure, right? So loosening up your tongue a little bit will help. So now we go back to the V, and when you are on that a little bit higher note, va, do that, or V, do V, V, like that.
V.
Once more.
V. Okay. I think I'm tightening again. Let me relax that. Just gonna take a breath. V. Oh no, too much air pressure. V.
Okay. Give me a second to think real quick.
Sure.
Let me hear how you normally sing. Let me hear you sing more this metal thing that you were talking to me about.
Yeah, sure. What's a line I could do? Or I guess it doesn't even matter. I can just do a sound.
Okay. Have you ever gotten? And I'm not. So I don't quite know. Have you ever gotten scoped?
No, I've not.
Okay. You might want to. Every singer should, by the way. So we're going to keep working on stuff, but it'd be interesting to know if there's something going on. So also, by the way, it's pretty dope. I can't do any of that metal stuff. So, but yeah, let's work back on the normal vocalization. So yeah, there's definitely, I'm sure, when you did like that metal thing,
yeah,
lots of contraction in the torso to get that force that you need to bring the false folds together. Yeah. So when we sing without that, big
Mhm.
difference. I'm gonna have
Yeah.
you stand up a little bit, okay?
Sure.
And I want you to hop up and down in your feet a little bit. Make sure your kind of hips are moving as well. And let's go the again. That
Okay. Just gonna move my mic up here. Let's see. Yeah. It's like hop around while
yeah,
doing.
hop around your feet a little bit. What I'm trying to get you to do
Okay.
is I'm trying to get you to kind of most people have a hard time relaxing.
Mhm.
You seem to need a little bit of juice in your system as
Right.
you sing. Yeah.
Okay. So.
All right. And when you get on that upper note, V, and again, make sure you're kind of like put some good motion into it. Like you don't have to,
Okay.
shadow box or anything, but
Yeah. All right. Wait, no, you wanted me to do V at the end. Oh.
I mean, it's fine. Yeah, I'm throwing a lot at you. So if you forget a thing, it's totally dope. I mean, these are weird. These are strange things to do. So it's probably you're in your head and you're like, what am I doing? Like, yeah, that's totally
Yeah.
understandable.
Do you want me to just try that again and then try and end that on the E like sound?
Yeah. V. Yeah.
Why am I? My
It's
lip
okay.
is doing something weird.
That's right. On the V as you ascend. V.
Okay. V. No, that's not quite right.
All right. Just take a moment to think about it. It's V. So on the up as you ascend is when you
Yeah.
stop let out the E sound.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm putting too much pressure again.
Yeah.
No.
So instead of noping or stopping, if you notice, good. But
Yeah.
it's really important that we practice being able to adjust on the fly. Yeah.
Right.
So when you notice it, see if you can fix it while you're still doing it.
Okay.
So that's the ultimate. It is definitely harder. I mean, obviously starting again is nice, but we can't always do that. So
Yeah. Okay. V. V. V.
okay. Now with this gentle, I'm going to make it a little harder for you. Okay.
Okay.
So your exhale, I want your exhale to still be gentle, but I want you to take a bigger inhale. Okay.
I don't think I can. I was taking as big an inhale as I could.
You're taking in as much air as you can.
Yeah.
Place your hand. Let's see. I'm trying to think here. Where are we on the piano? Can you do this for me? Ooh. Do it on an ooh.
Ooh. Ooh. No. Ooh. I don't know. I've always struggled up at that
No,
pitch range.
so I'm wondering. I am wondering if there's something with your vocal folds.
Mm.
It would be nice to know.
Yeah.
Do you have an ENT?
I don't know.
I'm gonna mute the stream and change the screen a little bit. I'm gonna ask you some questions, okay? But
Yeah, sure.
muted. No one's gonna hear anything, okay? Okay. Pinch your nose for me.
Okay.
And try to make the most actually here, do this first. Let's get you to understand what nasality will feel like. Do that for me and pinch your nose, and then put it in your nose as you're pinching. You feel that like as you put it into your nose, like the sound changes? You feel it, right?
Slightly, not a lot, but
yeah, it's slight. It's not like a dramatic sensation. But when you pinch your when you have that nose pinched, do it a couple times and try to get really familiar with the nasality. So I'm going to try to teach you how to contract your areoepiglottic sphincter so that we can maybe create some vocal closure and get the folds to kind of get closer together through a contraction of a different muscle. Okay. But it's often confused for nasality. So I want you to be able to identify nasality. So get familiar with that, play around with it a little bit.
Okay. Just do that and then pitch.
Yeah. Yeah. You feel it a little bit, right? You can kind of notice it at least when it happens.
Yeah, it's like it's just barely. It doesn't seem to change. I don't think I sing much into like my nose.
No, you don't. That's why I'm teaching you what it feels like when you do. You don't have this problem. I'm not trying to introduce this problem. What I'm trying to, it doesn't necessarily have to be a problem, but what I want you to be able to do is without getting it into your nose, like if you're going to feel a constriction almost in your throat, like.
Okay. Like.
Yeah.
Like
it's a little bit of contraction. Yeah. It's a little bit of the AS, but it did go up into your nose. I want you to be able to isolate the difference between the two, okay? So try to do the and then if you pinch and unpinch your nose, no sound perception change.
Okay.
Keep
Like
trying. Keep
that,
playing with it.
or
Yeah. It's like try to sound like a buzzer, like a goat. Can you do that for me?
that just brings in my fry. Like something like that.
Something like that. Yeah. Yeah. So over time, you're actually getting vocal closure now, a little bit. The distinction between AS and nasality might take some time to figure out. When you contract your AS, you do feel there's like a little constriction feeling in the throat. A little bit. It doesn't like a lot of air, this contraction. But you are getting vocal closure.
Yeah.
So, even if a little bit of nasality is introduced here, let's play with this a little bit.
Okay.
Sing Happy Birthday like that.
I'm having to think about what I did.
If you have to isolate it again, do that first. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Was it something like that, or
Yeah. Yes, that is the sound. Yeah. I mean, it can.
Okay.
It's here. Let me show you the muscle. I'm not
Okay,
sure how much.
sure.
I talk about this muscle enough that I always figure that people understand it, and I should probably. It's like I always forget, like the algorithm. Like just because I would talk about it 7 times in a row in a video doesn't mean the algorithm showed it to anybody, right? So
Yeah, true.
all right, these are the muscles you're contracting right here. These are the aryepiglottic muscles. Okay. This is twang. There's another term people use for it. And it's a muscle, so like with my bicep, I have a whole range of motion, right? So these muscles can get really strong. And hello, my honey, hello, my baby, hello, my ragtime gal, right? And you can get like truly obnoxious with it. But this is also like how to project over an orchestra and all that stuff. What happens when you contract it? So the folds are attached to the arytenoids, and so are the AS. So is the AS. So by contracting the AS, you actually bring your arytenoids a little closer together.
Okay.
Right? So it's like and also you raise your larynx a little bit. So it's a way of getting vocal closure where maybe you might have some difficulty otherwise.
Okay.
So the difference is that people will hear it and it's like, oh, that sounds nasal, and then they'll try to shove it into their nose.
Right.
So I want you to know what nasality is by, like, if you pinch and unpinch your nose and the sound changes, well, nasality, right? Here's the trick, though. You can do both at the same time. It's hard for me to do it, but because that's the antithesis of what I try to do as an opera singer, but it can be done at the same time. So unpinching and unpinching is the way that you're going to do that. And your ability to perceive that will increase over time. Okay?
Okay.
So keep playing around with it. And then as you feel comfortable, sing Happy Birthday. Once you start feeling like you kind of got a sense of it, okay? There's no rush to.
Okay. So when that area comes together, do you kind of feel it like pinch together a little bit, or in your throat, or
When the AS comes together, yeah, I feel a little bit, just a tiny
Okay.
bit, right up here.
I don't think I was when I was.
I heard a
doing-
little bit of it. You can tell if we get a spectrogram up, and there's a little bit of a frequency difference. This might be a more reliable way. So there are a bunch of free versions of spectrograms. There's also some cheap ones, and I think they're really worthwhile, especially in your case. So if I do, you see these frequencies here? AS frequencies kind of highlight a little higher than nasal frequencies do. Also, you're going to get a dramatic difference in, like, when you have vocal closure. Well, I should go check on that. Don't know what that's about. Yeah, give me a second there. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries.
Dramatic. Okay, dog. Okay, Blitz. No one's afraid of you. Calm down. My apologies about that. I had some folks coming over to help with some house things, and I forgot.
No, you're fine.
Yeah. So, tenor dog, yeah. Okay. So, there's actually, if you go to, there's a website called Academo for a free spectrogram.
Okay.
Let me bring that up.
Sorry, Academo, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll give you the link real quick. Oh, did they remove the microphone option? They used to have like a live feed option.
Might have. I could pull up Studio One, maybe.
Oh, you have Studio One? Okay.
Yeah.
There are free plugins.
I think Studio One has one built in.
Oh, that would be dope.
Or it might take a second to load. I got thousands of plugins.
Ha ha ha. And if you pull it up, like if you end up finding a plugin on like that for the Spectrum, if you want to pull it up so I can look at it, if you want to like share that application on Discord.
Can do.
Also, I think there is a free Spectrum plugin, just in case. Let me bring that one up. It's like Sound Theory.
Okay.
Are you on Mac or Windows?
I'm on Windows.
Okay. VST. Tone boosters, that's what it was.
I do have some tone boosters plugins. I wonder if I have that one.
Possibly. It's one of the common packages. I also think Audacity might have one as well. But if you're used to using Studio One.
Yeah, I've been using Studio One for quite a few years.
Yeah.
Just about done loading. Sorry for the wait.
You're good. I'll beatbox for the stream in the meantime.
All right.
All right, y'all. Let's see if I can do this. It's okay to not like things. It's okay. But don't be a dick about it. It's okay to not like things. But don't be a dick about the things you don't like. I don't know why I want to throw a ninth chord in literally everything, but the way that I'm bringing up that that vibration bass is actually by contracting the AS. So the AS has a lot of tools, or can be used in a lot of different ways for a lot of cool things. Yeah. And it gets that kind of more bitey sound in the vibration bass as well. So a useful thing to be able to contract. Oh, is that vibro bass? I don't even know what that is. Or vibration bass. I don't quite know. Dr. Reed Blaylock had a suggestion on how it worked. It was the idea was that as I do a vocal fry, oh, I guess it's not a vocal fry. Now I can't seem to do a vocal fry without a vibration bass. Anyway.
In here.
You said you got it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll share the screen.
That's my bad.
So I might have to share full screen because I don't think the plugins will show up if I don't. Where is that again? Share screen. Fire screen.
But oh,
Mm,
I had myself muted. There we go. Dope. Okay, back to the lesson now. Yeah, I did a whole interview with Dr. Reed Blaylock on vibration bass and how it might work, and he has a few ideas. The short of it is that I do a vocal fry, and then my pulse folds oscillate a third of the rate of my vocal folds, and so the perception is that the sound is much lower. Okay, let's see
okay.
a spectrogram here.
Spectrometer. Is that it?
That does look like it's it, yeah. And then
Want
if you just
sonogram?
do it on the live feed,
Yeah. Test. No.
there it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Is sonogram what I want, or FF?
Yeah, that's
Waterfall.
sonogram is what I'm used to looking at.
Okay.
All right. So the range would be nice to. Do the frequency range. Do it between, instead of 20 hertz to 20K, do it to 5K on the max, so we can have a easier range of seeing. So it's in the bottom right corner, frequency range. There you go. I think that's
5K
changeable.
max?
Yeah, 5K. Yeah.
Anything about the low end range, or?
Sorry. Now you're at 30 hertz. So
whoops.
yeah, you
Oh, I didn't. 5K. There we
There
go.
you go. All right, dope. So now do the
I'll just stand up again.
hard to see. It's not terribly. I wonder if we can change the color.
I could maybe. Can I make this bigger?
That would help too. Yeah.
I can. Yeah. Oh, wonder is there color setting? I'm not sure.
There we go. And then is that a setting thing? I don't know.
I don't know if I can change color.
That's all right. Try again now. Now that I can see more of it.
Yep. Sure. Wait, I don't know if I was doing it that time.
It seems like you started to do it. So for there you go. So I'll bring up my spectrogram. Oh. So we want this frequency right here at around just slightly above 2K, and the nasality is more just slightly under 2K. So what you can do is you can change the range to be around, so we can highlight it better. Instead of 5K, we can make it 3K. There you go.
All right.
Now you can see much more clearly around 2K. So go ahead and try it again.
Okay.
Give me more of a buzzer sound. Yeah. So you see how, look at the purple there. See that purple color? When
Right.
you started and you're like, you have these purple, which is like the brightness of the overtones, right? The volume. In a spectrogram, brightness denotes how loud that frequency is. So you go, and you start it, you can see that those frequencies were above 2K. So go ahead and start it again. See how the purple's below 2K? Yeah. Yeah. Let's just start with the Keep going. Keep going with it. Yep. Play with it.
Okay.
Yeah. Keep playing with it. Have fun with it. You know. Nice. Now use the combination of the visual that you have here and pinching the nose to try and see kind of like what I like about a spectrogram is if you can associate like a kinesthetic experience with a straight up visual like this that is this precise and accurate, it's kind of nice because you're like, I am doing exactly that, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, go ahead and keep playing with it.
Yeah. But you want me to do the nose pinch this time then?
Yeah. Ideally, because you won't always have a spectrogram in front of you, right? So you want to learn what it is, the differences. So you want to be able to pinch and unpinch your nose. Now look when you pinch your nose, do you see how the frequencies kind of go away in certain areas, right? So if we look at my spectrogram.
Oh wait, I'm sure.
These higher frequencies kind of go away. And they go away when I let go of my nose.
Okay, I'm seeing now.
Right. And those higher frequencies are happening at about 3K to 3.5. So, yeah, if you want to go back to the spectrogram and pinching and unpinching your nose, that way you have the visual cue.
Right. So.
Yeah. So ideally, we don't see any change when you pinch and unpinch your nose, and you still get to get that sound, right? So it's going to take a little bit of playing around with to get.
Right.
So the good news is that when you did do it successfully, you did end up getting a vocal closure. Okay. If you are in your lows, so I know that one of the things I said was if you do have something that, you know, you need to get checked out, going for vocal closure and ascending, no bueno. Okay. In your lows, you're safe to play with this. Okay.
Okay.
You're going to need time to play around with it and to explore and find the AS contraction. But when you do, you're going to have a lot more ability to get some vocal closure. It is a thing that did take me quite a long time to find. If you want, do you know who Fran Fine is? Fran Drescher?
No, I don't.
Okay, I might be dating myself here. This is probably the most extreme example in pop culture. Oh my God, Mr. Sheffield. That sound, that's the contraction of the AS. So I found it by messing around with my Fran Drescher impersonation. So let me send you Fran Drescher.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Yeah, this lady here. Okay. If you want to take a listen to that just to kind of understand.
Here, I'll just start my screen for a second. I'll look at that. Wait.
Oh yeah, Harley Quinn is another example. So Harley Quinn is another one. Mr. J. Yeah. So, or like Harley Quinn and stuff like that. So, playing around with that sound, finding that sound, it'll take some time, okay? And the spectrogram will help that, because, like, again, you should be able to get that sound, and when you unpinch and pinch your nose, the spectrogram should not change. Right? So, when you can do that, we should have another lesson, because it's a tool that I think you're going to probably need to achieve vocal closure based on what I'm hearing. And you should schedule something with an ENT, get scoped, just in case, okay?
Yeah, I'm not even sure how to do that.
I mean, yeah, no, I had to, so, I had a little bit of a vocal scare. Turns out it was just like extreme fatigue. And I had to find an ENT and all that stuff. So you can call a couple places, and yeah, ear, nose, and throat doctor is what it is. I'm gonna write that down for you. So find one, get scope, see if there's anything happening. Might not be anything, but it's good to know. And if you do get scoped and you find nothing's wrong, I'm more comfortable doing some more extreme things to play around with. But yeah, just do that in your lows. Don't take it up until you get scoped, okay? And then once you can find that sound, even if it's like, you know, like I said, like you can have nasality and AS at the same time, right? So even if it's not perfect, but you're getting it mostly, that'll work. Okay. All right. So I think that's it for now, because this is the most gentle way to get, for you, I think, vocal closure. Do you have any questions?
Don't think so at the moment. I think I pretty much understood what you're trying to get at.
What's up?
So I think I pretty much understand what you're like getting at.
That's good. That's good.
How'd you get so cool?
Thank you, Montasia. Yeah. And I say this to everybody. Feel free to like message me and stuff. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely, man. All right.
Okay.
Have a good one. I'm gonna need to eat before I do the Monii thing. So. Should show them. That's what it does have a lot of. That's what I was trying to work on with vocal closure. Yeah. Tara Strong is incredible. Okay. Make a sound. I don't think it would help. Maybe it would have helped. I don't think it would have. I think. So we have a playlist. Let me get the playlist that sab3r. And let me change the thumbnail as well. Oh man, thank you. Thank you, Reinhardt. Yeah, I'll show you guys what sab3r did. Put a playlist together. So you have Boom, the cover of Life. Yeah. Thank you, Reinhardt. Let's get in. Yeah, the other reason, there are things that, just for some context, there are things that I could do that are a little bit more extreme to force vocal closure. The problem is that if there's anything the matter, I don't feel comfortable doing that, because then I'm literally taking something that's may not fundamentally be working and trying to force it to work, which will cause problems. So the AES is a good way to get vocal closure that is gentle, and not like if you tilt your larynx, you'll stretch out and you'll get more vocal closure. But you know, if there's anything the matter, that's going to cause problems. So I want to be careful, right? That's the rationale behind that. Yeah, let me change the thumbnail. Because we're going to do Monii. Yeah, Monii's dope. I just did this. There we go. Spoosh, spoosh. I'm going to do this. Boosh. Okay, and then I'll run the thumbnail maker. I do think I actually have it in video filmed as well, just in case. Do I? I don't think I do. I don't. So we'll grab this from concat folder. I did run it, so this should be updated. Why not? Thumbnail maker didn't work. What gives? Sorry, y'all. Just trying to figure out my thumbnail situation. Cannot identify. Ah, because it's the most recent file. That's silly. It should be most recent image file, not most recent file. That's really silly that I made that mistake. All right. Ridiculous. What a noob mistake to make. Suspense. Are you working, thumbnail maker? Yeah, you are. Dope. Okay. Concern me for a second. Cat, output, boom. There we go. Sorry, checking out now. So it's, yeah, let's see, I guess I did answer that. No problem, Destrus. I'm glad it was helpful, or insightful. Send you a recording Discord last year. Okay, would be dope. She also wrote Never. Both covers are so different from the original. Easily shows the skills. Oh, okay. Asteroid Possess. Asteroid is the, I believe was that the group? I don't know much about. Yeah, yeah, does, yeah. I assume she said was her favorite original and was never her, never was her favorite. She wrote for somebody else. Yeah, songwriters have a lot of feelings in their stuff. I think the Neuro Twins and Vocaloid music always makes me check out the composers. I don't, yeah, because I don't know much about, I can't really appreciate much Vocaloid stuff. I'm trying to learn. Yeah, Monii is a platinum record holding, I think 2-time platinum record holding songwriter. Monii is pretty legit. Yeah, I almost never check out songwriters. Composers are always more up my alley, right? So, because I don't listen to a lot of contemporary music, almost ever. It's like game music. Yeah, Katie, that's kind of like why I want to highlight Monii. Because I'm not even sure if I'm saying it right, but she's got mad skills. Yeah, she has hundreds of millions of views on songs she wrote. She has got 16K YouTube subscribers. It's kind of wild, right? But it's like with it's like with Daryl. Daryl's doing a lot of things. They're not all on social media, right? And it's probably a good thing to do. Like, I had initially intended, excuse me. Oh my goodness. I initially intended to spend time on, like I was gonna go back to Philly and audition and get work, because there's just more work in that part of the States. And then, you know, YouTube would have been supplemental, but so that was my other plan, to continue doing music full time, because that would have, I can absolutely get work. Tenors are rare enough, and I can hit high notes and I sound good doing them, that I could get work enough in combination with YouTube to make a living, but it looks like I won't need to do that. Mongolian metal, traditional instrument, not what most people listen to. It is pretty dope, though. I do like Mongolian metal. I have heard some of that stuff, yeah. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. I'm going to play, just because I love this rough mix, even though it's a rough mix. I love the way it sounds so much. I think he did a great job. Saber is really, really, really quite good at what he does. We're going to be right back. Oh, an album soon. Oh, then I can't wait. Yeah. about 10, maybe 10% of singers are tenors. Maybe if that, like, it's uncommon. Like everyone needs one. Very people can do it. And yeah, it's most men are baritones. So being a tenor is just a numbers game. It's like really advantageous. Frankly, if I were a baritone, I don't think I actually would have pursued opera. I think that the odds are too. Like I just knew that if I'd sing with a tenor, like you get work just being a body that hits high notes. Literally, like you don't even have to be an artist about it. You could just like just show up to the gig and hit a high note and you get paid. Yeah, they're called money notes for a reason. But yeah, obviously that's not very satisfying to just be a body that hits high notes. But there are plenty of people who get work being that guy. So I'll be right back.
In sleep he sang to me, in dreams he came. That voice which calls to me and speaks my name. And do I dream again? For now I find the phantom of the opera is there inside my mind.
Sing once again with me, how strange the way my power over you grows stronger yet. And though you turn from me to glance behind, the phantom of the opera is there inside your mind.
Those who have seen your face draw back and feel I am the mask you wear.
It's me they hear, my spirit and your voice in one combined. The phantom of the opera is there inside your mind. The phantom of the opera, beware the phantom of the opera. In all your phantom
Oh, and I have to feed Blitz. Sorry, I'll be right back.
always you, that man and mystery were both you. And in this labyrinth where night is blind, the phantom of the opera is there inside your mind.
It's not all right, Bajiru. You were sitting while you did this? No! No! No, don't sing for me, my angel. Stand for me. Why? Why were you sitting? Why do you sound so good when you sit? That makes no sense. Why? Okie dokie. Let's do this. Yeah, I was gonna ask you guys. Obsidian was saying he wanted a version. Oh, I gotta close the bathroom door. Sorry, I just wanted to let you guys know I give a shit. Curse jar. Oh no. And now Blitz wants to come in. My God, dog. Make up your mind. Come on. Tap, 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 tap. Okay. I was saying that Obsidian was discussing having a version which didn't have the yelling in it, so we could put it on repeat. Yeah. So one of the cool things, because someone made a good point. Sounds really good. Someone made a good point. Like, people who are not front and center, who have done incredible things, like Monii. I'll answer some of the questions as well. They often don't get a lot of recognition, right? Right, Mouse gets a lot of credit, and she should. She absolutely should. But, like, one of the things that I think makes Music Box of Fate such a transcendent track is Daryl, Riku. Like, everybody's contributing efforts. Very few people do, like, really cool things on their own. Yeah, it does. Yeah. So a tenor in classical music like stays high for long periods of time. It's difficult at times to, like, someone who's has a lower note or lower range can have a hard time living up there without maybe sustaining. Ah, okay. sab3r is actually good now, which is nice. But yeah. Sponsor block, they have a non-music section flag. I believe Monii is a VTuber, yes. Yeah, Kiyosumari, I don't like this idea of behind the scenes. That's why I talk about my guys. That's why I was happy to meet sab3r and Light Shard and all these incredible people. Hey. Can you hear me? Yo. You're on stream, you're live. I just want to...
Let's go.
I don't want to drop that surprise on you like I did last time. My bad.
Dude, that was so funny. It's super chill.
Yeah, I loved your response. It was like I gave you this hype job, and you're like, yeah, it's wrong. I was like, this is great. I love this. This is really funny.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm gonna be honest. I'm more nervous for this than I was for the first time you had me on. Is that crazy?
I think it's because, sorry, I was going to do this serious with serious delivery, but I'm making a joke here. I think it's because you have more respect for Monii than me. Yeah.
Well,
No,
maybe.
I
No, I'm kidding.
no, no, no. It'd be interesting to explore why. But yeah, is it because I know you have a tremendous amount of respect for Money. I mean, she's got 2 platinum albums or platinum hits, right?
She's a little bit cool. I think also there's something about showing people like something that you're so passionate about for the first time. It's something that I don't get to do very often, like introduce stuff to people. So it's really cool to be able to do that to kind of like a broader audience this time.
Yeah,
I just gotta shake the nerves off, you know?
yeah. But it's dope that you're excited and anxious. Is like I'm excited. I'm like, is this how people feel about me? Because I don't know why people watch me, but I get excited and anxious all the time. So like now I'm excited. I was excited before, obviously, because like what you showed me of her is extraordinary.
Heck yeah, dude.
Here's what we're gonna do actually. So because you're the guy when it comes to audio and production, you're gonna have a lot to point out. I'm gonna put your playlist on Watch Together because you can then pause.
Okay, sounds good.
So let's grab this playlist. Wink, wink. Dope. All right. And then I'm going to invite you with this thing. I was, sorry, just to talk about the recording real quick of the Phantom thing. Good job, dude.
Heck yeah.
I was like, dude, how did you make a karaoke track sound good? I don't know what wizardry you pulled off to get the transients out of the drums, but it was
Right, well, hey, I'll be able to show you.
That's right. You're gonna do that. But first, Money.
Yes.
You know, as much as I like to joke about being a tenor, I feel I'm really excited to know this. Yeah, everyone's saying hello as well.
Hi, chat. Everyone being so welcoming. I appreciate it, guys.
Dude, the coolest people have come and found me. I've not had to. No mod has had to ban anybody. It's crazy.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Knock on wood.
Yeah. Well, knock on. I mean, eventually, sure. But like, yeah, moderation has not been everyone's been super chill. Doggo, no, you chose to scratch on the door to stay in here, so you get to stay in here. You're welcome. But yeah, so Watch Together is a little weird. You have to use the bottom button. So if the play button comes up on YouTube.
Yes, yeah, I do have fond memories of using this way back in the day.
All right.
Awesome. 1 second, let me just do something really quick, and then we're good to go. All right, I am ready. Let's get into it.
All right, go ahead. I'll let you play the button. It feels like appropriate because you're the audio wizard. We're talking about audio nonsense.
So have you done like any kind of like information priming? If people kind of let you know what this is, like what this first song is, or is this the first time that people are seeing the title of the first thing we're gonna be looking at?
No one's given, not on the specific tune. So this is
okay.
Kind of like all you.
Yeah. So Monii has 2 different covers of the stuff that she's done for Neuro. They've done more, but she hasn't covered everything. This one is attributed to Evil, which is this kind of alter ego personality that is the antithesis to Neuro-sama. So whereas Neuro-sama is meant to be like this wholesome kind of character, Evil is, well, evil for lack of a better word.
I love the subtlety and the nuance. Yeah.
Yeah. It's very kind of subtle. You might
miss it.
Yeah. But yeah, so this first one is a song that Asteroid Music Team did, that evil persona. So it's gonna have a lot of attitude and that kind of thing, but we'll just listen.
Tragedy. See the consequences. It was your decision, so it's
Oh, dude. So like already, like this type of vocal delivery is just not. It's not achievable by in like the original performance of this by Evil. There's just so much raw energy.
There's a lot going on audio wise too that kind of
Yes.
I would love to see. One of the things that I want to know more about is, and one of the things that I so respect about you, Lightshort, and Rosa, and fawn over you ad nauseum, though I will not stop, the respect for the performance, and not neutering the voice as you do effects. But one of the things you're saying here, there's a lot in the vocal performance. To me, I'm kind of like overwhelmed, taken aback by some of the post processing. Can you break down what's happening so that I can maybe understand a little bit better?
Sure. Is there a particular aspect that I could dive into?
This airy quality here, I doubt this is entirely like a breathiness, right? Is someone boosting 10K here?
So for sure, yeah. I think I think on one hand there is a lot of air that you can achieve in a performance, and
sure.
that kind of like air forward vocal delivery is actually something that I try to cultivate for my own stuff. I'm very inspired by vocals like the stuff that you hear on Owl City Records, a lot of the newer Porter Robbins and stuff. A lot of this kind of has this like very kind of breathy, like airy sound to it, and then that's only then accentuated by EQ moves. So one of the things about modern pop music is most of this is mixed on. Well, okay, so we're gonna get a little bit into like tonal slope and this kind of thing. So if are you familiar with what pink noise is?
Yes.
Okay, so for those in chat that don't know, pink noise is every frequency in the frequency spectrum at not equal volume, because if it was at equal volume that would be white noise, but it is actually tilted 3 dBs darker, so it's about equal volume to how the human ear hears sound. And this is an incredibly common like mixing tonal reference slope that a lot of pop music targets. There's all kinds of variants to this. A lot of different genres kind of have different tonal slopes that they'll target. Like rock music sometimes will target like a 4 slope. That's a bit darker. A lot of underground dance music is now targeting like a 2 slope, which is brighter and is kind of a way that you can inject a lot of energy into something.
Let's let people in on what slope is, because
Sure.
that's like I barely. Let me just double check if even I understand the term. So if I get MS Paint out, and I'll share my screen with you so that you don't have to wait for the stream delay. Oosh, and we'll do this. Hello. So when we have our master EQ, right? Like ozone, etc. The slope is the average of the frequencies, right? In the master. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me bring up actually ozone then for people to see this for specifically the performance with Bajiru, so people can just have an idea.
Are you able to actually get like my screen share up? If
that would be great. Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's so much better if you do it. Yeah.
Because this would let me kind of
yes.
set up a more direct example.
Yeah, take the wheel by all means.
All right. So let me just set up a couple things here. So we'll do an M noise generator. Let's just set this to pink noise. So just have a track in Reaper here with M noise generator as the only effect on here, and then I've just muted the track so that we're not actually getting any of the output.
Okay.
And then I will take.
Let me get my face out of the way. As much as I love
this
my face,
and paste this here.
Nice. Now I can put my face back.
All right. Let me know.
You're on. Yeah, this is all up on stream.
All right, very cool. So what I've done is I've just grabbed a noise generator. I've set this to white or to pink noise, and then I just have this is Voxengo Span. This is the plus version, but there's a free version that's just as capable. This is a fantastic, phenomenal tool for plotting the frequency spectrum of audio material. And the reason that there's two kind of competing graphs is because the green one is what is known as the mid signal, and then this kind of like lighter red one is the side signal. So if you think about the idea of things that are right down the middle versus out on the side, it's a little bit outside the scope of what's necessary for this demonstration,
about
but I figured I'd
panning,
explain it
correct?
anyway.
Panning?
Yeah.
Okay. So panning
So-
in a stereo image is like if you have headphones, like hard pan left, hard pan right.
Mhm.
Yeah. So just to
Yeah, exactly.
people.
Yeah. And then specifically, I guess, to expand upon the explanation for this, the green signal is what is the same in the left and right channels, and the other spectrum is what is different in the left and right channels.
Mhm.
So, but as you can see, this is completely flat, and this is because I've calibrated the slope on this visualizer to be 3 dBs per octave. So this is, if I switch the noise generator to white noise, you can see that this tilts upward because white noise is a significantly brighter tonal slope. So that is going to be a 0 slope, makes white noise flat. So this kind of like progressive darkening of the frequency spectrum is how you can get your head in the right space when it comes to mixing anything. So the first thing that I always look to understand when I'm either analyzing a piece of music or going to mix something is, okay, these are the references, this is the genre that this is in, what are the conventionally accepted tonal slopes that people are working in for this genre? How can I match that so I can get the same energy out of the record as these other people would be able to do? Because I think a lot of times what people will fall into the pitfall of is they'll be working on something and they want it to have the same energy as a song that they really love, but they don't understand that maybe the reason that they're not able to do that is because they're just mixing on a darker slope. So all this to say that I'm fairly certain that a lot of the music that Asteroid does, and a lot of modern pop music for that matter, is on this 3 slope. So it kind of has this this adherence to the pink noise spectrum. So there's going to be significantly more high end in a song like this than, let's say, like a rock song, or for example, the Phantom of the Opera mix is actually on a 5 slope. And I can just pull that up here because I have the session open. So if I pull my span open here, and we'll just play into here. So you can see that to make this kind of flat, roughly tonally, I'm even down here on like a 6 slope. So this is a very, very dark song, but that's actually pretty typical of orchestral or more of these softer genres, because the general frequency distribution of orchestral instruments are not going to be as high-end heavy as a lot of what modern production calls for nowadays.
Sure. Okay. So now to bring this back to Money.
Yes.
So we talked about tone slope. The initial question had to do with airy vocals.
Yes. So the reason that there is as much high end present in the vocal is because the vocal has to compete or sit on top of all the other elements, and because the production of the song to be competitive with its contemporaries calls for such bright tonal slope, it means that the vocal has to be just as bright.
Okay. So this is a matter of cutting through the mix. I was going to say cutting through the orchestra, but it's cutting through the mix. Okay. All right. So then the breathy. Okay. So now we can get into my sauce, my stuff. So we talked about this before with the spectrum. See how I'm covering a lot of area here, and I can even do a brighter vowel and get more sound up in these upper partials here by just using breathiness. So Yeah, it's amazing what happens when you have volume knobs. Because doesn't project over the orchestra, but it certainly does project in a mix. Although project is probably the wrong word. This is why like, yeah, like the more I like meet people in the VTuber space, like you and Daryl and Bajiru, and it's like the more I'm like, I'm gonna need to stay in my lane because these people are cooking. like I cannot hang with these folks unless I actually like stick with what I'm good at, because like you guys are doing crazy stuff here. So yeah, all right, I'm down to hear a little bit more of this. Then let's hear the implications.
She's been told before, no one does it like her. Automated war, the newest king of your tragedy. See the consequences, it was your decision.
Sorry, now I'm hearing what's it called? Like it's sidechain compression or like selective compression of certain frequencies to get like a certain distortion. I forget what that's called.
On
Does that make
the
sense?
vocal?
On the vocal, there's this crunchiness, but it's only on certain parts of the range, the frequency range. Right?
Oh,
Like,
interesting.
her mids sound undistorted, like some of the more sweet qualities of her voice sound are like present.
Mhm.
And I mean, there's a lot going on, so like it probably
Yeah.
is in spots that I'm hearing this. Am I imagining this as well?
I don't think so. I don't think you're imagining it, because I definitely hear it too. It's always difficult to say in a full production like this what are the contributing factors to the vocal quality, because I think a lot of times also textures from things like the background synths can contribute to kind of like the psychoacoustic perception of how we perceive a vocal tone. But I also wonder if maybe that's just some vocal distortion that Moni's putting on her voice for those particular syllables, because it does seem incredibly controlled. It doesn't seem like it's accidental to me that it's like that.
Give me 1 second. I have to apologize to Montasia, because not only did I say her name wrong, apparently I can't spell her damn name. So I'm sorry, Montasia. I'm sorry. Apparently, it's not only, yeah, even I try to correct the autocorrect and I still get it wrong. So I'm sorry about that. Anyway. Double check your gain. It feels like it changed, or is it on purpose? I don't know. My gain, I've been having some issues again. Ever since I plugged in my HD60 Plus. But if we have time, we'll get to that. But I want to talk about the artist. So anyway, okay. Let's listen to more of them. Maybe more will kind of become clear.
It's a minor nirvana. You got what you wanted. Blood runs on me. Come alive. And now, tear.
And she's using a lot of nasality in that.
Yeah, for sure.
So I guess, yeah, if you're gonna have like an acoustic personification of evil, meh, yeah.
And it's cool that it's a choice too.
Yes.
Because it's not like she delivered the previous sections with that type of quality. It's just to accentuate this particular passage.
Yeah. No, that's right. I always, whenever I talk to people and try to teach, I always try to frame things in cause and effect, because, you know, I never want to limit what someone can do by saying like that's wrong or bad. That's just insane, right? Is it nasality or is it AES contraction? This is nasality. So the difference, and I don't know why I can hear it so clearly, but this is nasality. Versus there's a different sound.
tear.
Also, she's doing it by drooping her palate. Te, te, te. So that sound, when you droop your soft palate, you allow for the air to go through the nose. And that's also going to shape the vocal tract, so you're going to get a certain effect. Whereas if you kind of just did it straight up nasal, that would be a different sound. I love me a slicer.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is so I love this. I don't think I could ever do this. There's such this is like when I was noticing with like Bajiru, like there's a playfulness to the tone quality. Like there's only a few ways to project over an orchestra, right? So like you really have to work towards doing a thing when you do opera, right? And it's not to say that there aren't vocal colors you can pick and choose from and have tools for, but like she's doing a lot here to get a lot of different sounds. So there's nasality. On the high note, she does actually contract the AS, an extra bite. Holy overdubs, Batman. And then she's bringing in her false folds here. So it's not enough to sound. So the someone described to me recently the false folds. Wow, flashbang. Chronically Caucasian skin tones coming at you fast. But someone tried to express to me recently how they were sounding like Chester from Linkin Park, and they said it was like they're going to the bathroom. That's how you bring your false folds together, right? So this is cool here. This use of not only nasality now, but to add an extra bit of ugly, to add like that kind of contraction, or reduction, I suppose. Right there. Does she have live performances of this? I'm curious.
I don't know. I feel like she had to have sang this at some karaoke stream.
She does karaoke streams. Dope. I'm gonna check those out.
I believe she does. Yeah.
That's an F sharp. That's not a low belt right there. So that's that anime girl sound with the contraction of the thyrohyoid right there, just sneaking in there. That makes me really happy. So this is the thing I've spoken a lot about ever since I've joined this community, is the thyrohyoid. So if I'm not really good at this, but like if I want a higher sound, I can contract this muscle and it raises my larynx and it makes me sound like I'm chibi. Yeah, anyway, to just throw that in there for cutesy effect, it's kind of dope. My dog really wants out, so I'm gonna just do that because he's scratching and clacking my audio. Give me 1 second. Too high for her? Okay. Yes, people are saying it's something she doesn't, Helium Boy. Nice, Kenobi. It's something that she doesn't crack out often. There's a lot of different ways to do a lot of different voices, Vestor. The thyrohyoid is one of them. The problem with using the thyrohyoid, if you cannot isolate it, this is presumptuous, but I think one of the reasons why nodules are so common, one, people are streaming for a long period of time, and they're doing a voice. And anytime you contract something, if you can't isolate it, a lot of times you build up tension around it, and that creates inefficiency. So if you're going to talk in this character voice for like 8 hours, and you're contracting things in addition to the thyrohyoid to get this sound, it'll probably cause some discomfort, and yeah, I could see it leading to nodules quite easily. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have that issue where they feel that they need to perform their voice in a certain way, either for success or to be considered for opportunities. And
yeah,
I think a lot of people kind of dig themselves into that hole, unfortunately.
Yeah. And it is unfortunate. But like you can put on a character, you can put on a voice, that's fine. But you have to do it in a way that's ergonomic when you're doing it for that long a time. When people are streaming for 8 hours, ergonomics matter now. Right? So
yeah, and people just don't know. Like people don't know that there are safe ways to do it, or that the way that they are doing it isn't safe to begin with.
Yeah. No, I've said to BM if at any point someone wants to work with me, but yeah, I'm not going to be chasing people down. But yeah, I would certainly love to help if anyone's having that problem. Anyway, let's get back to this. Yeah, that guitar tone is actually nasty.
Yeah.
How many guitars is that? Is that 4?
Oh gosh. I'm trying to pay attention to so many things at once.
I know. There's a lot going on in the track. There's a lot.
I'm actually kind of wondering if maybe there is a layer on there that isn't an actual real guitar, or maybe it is all from purely from the tone, because it sounds like there's some synthy qualities to the guitar, but I also know that there's pedals that do that, so it's hard to say.
Mm-hmm. See, this is the difference between what it is that you do and what I do. Like, I have kind of like this advantage of having finite. There's only so many bits and bobs, but with digital audio manipulation, there's like an infinite amount of possibilities. Harmonizer, right?
Oh, cool snare.
What about the snare? Go off, my guy.
It's got such a cool. Well, timbrally, it's very cool because it's maybe not what you would expect. It's got like this deeper thing, but it's also kind of. It has a really interesting placement in the stereo where it almost feels like it's not behind you, but it feels like it's below your head level as you're listening to it. So I think a lot of percussion, if you don't really do anything to place it in the stereo, is going to kind of hit you dead center. But this almost subverts the expectation and plays into the tension release of this particular part of the song. Because that's always something that I try to pay attention to is, okay, how are we carrying the energy throughout the song? I kind of like plot it in my head as if it were a graph. So we start out in a particular, like, I think in this song we started with a high energy instrumental chorus, and then we went to kind of like a downswing in the verse, and then the pre-choruses in this are also kind of this like lower energy thing, but it's really cool to kind of find different ways to still have that driving percussion, but then be able to do it in a way that still maintains the lower energy and kind of subverts that expectation.
Is there a reason why it's called recording arts? Then I'm just saying. Okay. Anyway, because this sounds like some artsy stuff. Almost like you guys are artists. It's weird. It's crazy how that works.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far.
I would. Oh my God. Take the glaze. Jeez. No, you guys do a lot of stuff because I would have never thought about progression from just sheerly an acoustic point of view, which is an odd thing to say that I would never have thought of that, because obviously it makes sense, but like at least not to that level of specificity, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I'm happy when I have two different kinds of reverb. I'm like impressed, and you're like,
Well, I think that's also why it's so cool the way that Moni's approaching these different sections, because there is this well-defined energy curve throughout the song, but then Moni is reinforcing that by delivering the vocal for different parts to kind of like gel with that and work together with the lower energy sections. It's like whatever, like text painting is when like the words kind of, well, I'm sure you can explain that better. I'm fumbling the metaphor, but it's like they complement each other.
Yeah. No, I mean text painting from a composition point, like someone wrote, wind this music around you, my child. Like in doing with the notes, like the wrapping of that melisma and wind would be more of a traditional definition of text painting.
Yeah, but it's kind of that same idea for me, where you're doing things through some aspect of the music to reinforce the emotion that is attempting to be delivered.
For sure. Let me answer one question here, Matsev. So regardless of whether Bajiru agrees to, I mean, she's already agreed to a duet, so I figured it'd be fine. But like, I don't know if she wants to do vocals or Daryl composition or whatever. So that's why it's being posed as a question. So if Bajiru agrees, that's what it goes towards. If Bajiru doesn't agree, mine's going to Daryl anyway, because I want to sing some of that crazy anime girls, legendary anime girl, not just an anime girl, but dope anime girl, and her music at any, like, no, I love Daryl's music. So that's going to Daryl, regardless. And by the way, I'm paying for it out of pocket anyway, to be clear, Matsev. It's not like conditional, like if we don't meet the goal, like it's happening. It's just more like, it would help to, because I'll tell you right now, I'm not getting that back in AdSense. that ain't happening. So yeah. Anyway. Okay. I'd almost want to like plot out the slope over time. There's something so ridiculous to me about like hearing this and then seeing this face.
Yeah. It's like the juxtaposition is right.
It's just wild. Yeah. No, I can definitely see like the evilness. Oh wow.
And there's a lot of like kind of like more stereotypical choices in the production and sound design and stuff that also reinforces that evilness. Like there's quite a bit of bit crusher happening on some of the synths. There's grittier textures on the whole. It's I guess it's kind of like that the Kiki Booba phenomenon, if you're familiar with that, where like Kiki is the red spiky shape and Booba is the round blue shape. So you can kind of play into these two like polar opposite good versus evil things by like doing like more spiky, aggressive, jagged edge type stuff.
Man. Okay, now I get why people watch me a little bit, because like when you're gushing, it's like it is infectious. Like I don't understand half of the shit you just said, but the way you said it and how much you love this, it's so cool, dude. I'm so glad you're here.
Oh, dude, I live for this, and I have so much to say too. I just don't know. I never know if it's the right time. But
So when it comes, I get giga nerds. I get to stop and bring up an anatomy graph, my dude. That's give the people what they want.
all right, all right, all right.
Yeah. Let's do the next song. Yeah, because like I didn't know, like, you know, this helps me listen to this kind of music. You know what I mean? Because I don't know. I feel overwhelmed when I do this. I can't
Yeah.
sort through it.
That makes so much sense. That's actually something that that I've kind of had to contend with as I've kind of gone through my music production career. Because I like in 2014 I fell in love with this like dark, heavy electronic music, and that's what I wanted to make. So that's what I started out doing. And it's the type of music where if you show it to what we'll call regular people, they have kind of a visceral reaction to it because like for the same reason, like they don't know how to follow it and this kind of thing. So and it was the same with my family, right? So like I would show my family the stuff that I was making, and they just wouldn't get it, and
Right.
and they wouldn't be receptive to it at all. And I kind of didn't know how to grapple with that for a long time. So one of the things that I guess is fortunate now is that the way that I've taken my sound is kind of this melding of like pop music and stuff that kind of has more pop sensibilities and is maybe more listenable, and kind of melding that together with the stuff that I fell in love with early on, and bringing those two together and kind of bridging that gap is where I think I found the most joy, because it's not just because like it's more broadly palatable, but it's also because it's just a sound that I really believe in.
I love my new thing. I should absolutely turn that off. Oh, Tellyman, thank you. I just want to let you know there are a couple of people who would like you to stream and do exactly what we're doing now in the chat. So I'm happy to have you on an infinite number of times, by the way. Just saying. Yeah, it is. I feel a particular blessing. Blitz, you're killing me, dude. I just let you out. Oh my god. Anyway, see, even Blitz wants to. He wants to be a part of the stream now because you're here, right? So I feel like unfathomably blessed, right? I get to. I've never been able to like pause and expand on as much as that I have for any audience. I don't know if there's still 100 people watching me. It's crazy that I get to crack out anatomy graph, a spectrogram, and all that. Usually, like the watch graph just goes when I do it for like anyone, but maybe Mariah fans are like diehard, so they want to know everything about Mariah. So I love covering Mariah because they cannot know enough, but they want to know about Mariah, and that's fine. It's just sometimes it gets a little frustrating because it's just Mariah, and there's so much music and so many creative people. Oh, wow, jeez, that's a lot of people that are watching. Oh my god.
No, we don't look at the number. Don't look at the number.
It's still insane to me because the amount of work I would have to do to fill a venue. I've only had a few when I was promoting. I only ever had like 2 gigs where I packed a room of 100 people. It's hard. So to do it, and I'm just on YouTube, is insane to me. Anyway, but like, yeah, no, this community of mine is like insane. I'm so glad that they also like having you here, because now I get to have you here. So they're like, yeah.
No.
But seriously, if you streamed on your own,
Oh
I'd
god,
watch the shit
I mean,
out of that.
I'm eternally grateful, truly. I mean, I'm just so used to people like not giving a shit about
I know.
anything that I do. Like
Yeah.
I'm so used to the idea of needing to put things out for myself and not expecting anything. Like not even expecting a single comment. So yeah, it's I don't know. Life's been pretty crazy the last year.
Yeah. No, I God, no, I'm glad. I'm very happy to have met you, man. it's like I can't wait for Offkai.
dude.
If you're going, like you said, you're like most likely going.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, like you, Light Shard, like everyone's just so fucking cool, man. I mean, like everyone. Oh man, it's Al Hudson. Thank you. Get love done, Saber. So looks like I have enough to compensate you again for showing up. So
What? No.
yeah, dude, this is like, yeah, I can't go off on like people. Yeah, like no, I'm gonna compensate you. Or at least I'll give you more audio to do, and I'll use this for like this money is going to you. That chat is giving now.
One way or another, take it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if it's not for this, it's for all of the audio that I'm going to make you do because I love your mixing.
No, I appreciate it.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I could gush, but we also. Oh my God, Reinhardt, thank you. And we have we have so many. I need to vary up my my videos now. Yeah, everyone's saying get love nerd.
What?
Get love
That's
done.
so kind.
Yeah, I know. They do that to me too. It's broken me down in tears a few times. But we don't talk about that because we like to pretend I'm masculine. Yeah, I'm like Gaston.
Of course.
So
I think someone asked in chat if I worked on neuro stuff. I don't. I'd love to.
yeah,
But no, I'm like I still feel like I'm pretty small time.
dude. I mean, your mixes are crazy. So it's like it's wild that you're quote unquote small time. But yeah,
I'm
that is the
working
industry,
hard
right?
to I'm working hard, and hopefully opportunities will come my way if I keep working hard. That's how I always look at it.
Well, I mean, maybe, hopefully, if I could just keep glazing you, the vibes will infect other people, and people will know. I'm gonna let Blitz in real quick if you wanna. Thank you, Katie. Thank you. I'm gonna let Blitz in. You can.
Cool. Chat, how are we living? You didn't give chat enough time to get their questions in. This is crazy.
Yeah. Oh.
I am doing good. Thank you for asking.
Okay.
Hope everyone's day is going well.
Streaming on YouTube is also an underrated strat. Depends on the community, really. This is the first community that I've seen that like actually tunes in. Like I said, like the only time I ever got much attention was Mariah. And those are the only people who would like tune in to a live stream. Those were my biggest numbers. And then there was Mixer, but that was its own thing. What's your favorite Money song, Saber?
My favorite Money song? I mean, gosh, it has to be Atrophy, because that was the one. When I heard Atrophy, like I immediately heard the remix that I ended up doing in my head, and I was like, I knew I had to.
Sorry,
I knew I had to do it.
Speaking of which, then can we do have that on the list? So
yeah, Atrophy. Yeah, Atrophy is on the list.
Let's. And this is Money singing here?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, everything about this song, man. The textures, the little sound designy bits in the intro, this bass line. I'm such a sucker for this bass line. Like any song that has this bass line in it, I'm an instant fan of. It's crazy.
Well, talk to me about the bass line and all this stuff.
Well,
I just
it's just like this ascending thing. I'm such a vibes based music theory understander. Like I took a little bit of music theory in high school and then separate, but I never kind of relied on it as to talk about or understand music. So my vocabulary is a bit lacking there. But it's just like the way the bass line climbs here is just so it's got such a hopeful quality to it.
yeah.
To me, it just really means a lot to me, and I think a lot of my favorite music over the years, songs that have been very important to me, like Maddie on The City, also has this kind of like similar thing. There's a Maddie on remix of a Martin Solveig song called Night Out. That one's like just insane. So like a lot of stuff that was kind of really important to me in my formative years when I was first kind of discovering the type of music that I was really into had these types of emotions. So whenever I hear this, I'm like, it takes me back.
Can you
So
can
cool.
you take the reins here? Play that bit that you're talking about.
Yeah. Do. Boom. It's
Okay.
like do.
And the
Do,
bass
do, do, do.
line is
And there's
quite-
variations here, but it's just kind of like
it's quite
it's
quite
that,
low.
that idea.
It's interesting that that's
Yeah.
what pops out to you.
Well, that's the foundation that everything is built on, right?
Well, unless you're a tenor, then everything's built around you.
Of course.
Wow. Okay. I mean, I always gravitate towards the vocals first for obvious reasons. But like, I'm picking up what you're putting down. Yeah.
And it's so nice and warm. It's got like this even harmonic sound to it,
Yeah.
which is like super nerd. But it's like there's kind of two different types of distortion that you can do. You can distort in a way where it predominantly affects the odd harmonics, and typical compressors are like do odd harmonic distortion if you set their timing super fast, and that kind of gives you this like hollower sound. A sound that is all odd harmonics is a square wave. A square wave is all odd harmonics, so it kind of has like this like hollower timbral quality to it, whereas even harmonics are kind of associated with this like softer, rounder, like more. I hesitate to say analog, but it is also true that I think a lot of like the more analog distortion methods, like the coloration that you get from analog tubes or like tape saturation, a lot of this stuff is kind of rooted in this even harmonic saturation. So the way that they've achieved this kind of bass texture is by having some kind of bass waveform, whether it's a sine wave or with a couple of the harmonics drawn in like a wavetable editor, or maybe they're using a low pass saw wave or something, and then just distorting it through this super like musical distortion to give it this roundness.
And you hear all that. Dude, that's sick. I want to borrow your brain for a day and listen to music from your perspective, dude.
It's a blessing and a curse.
Oh, of course. I mean, it always is. But like, I always find people talk about the musician's curse. Hold on. I gotta hear this now. The fact that you like see this in your mind's eye, all of these things just from listening to that bass tone, that's incredible. The musician's curse, to me, it used to be a curse because I used to think of it as I used to get protective of what I wanted to do as an artist. And so when I would listen to other people, if I didn't want to do that thing, I would nay it. No. And I would judge it. Now I don't care as much. or really at all, because I don't have much other than I want to work with cool people and do different things. So I don't have that as much as I used to. But now the benefit is that all of those things that I've fallen in love with, they just scream to me. And then because I'm not trying to push things away, like I'm trying to learn. Like I'm never going to use this in opera, right? Like
Likely not, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. And if it does, it's not going to be me that does it, right? But like, music is pretty dope. One might say dope Reno, possibly the bee's knees.
Possibly.
Possibly. So like, yeah, man, I would love to live in your brain during the listening of one of these tracks. Unfortunately, getting you on my stream to talk and gush is the closest I can get. So please, please go on. I just want to listen to this bass one more time.
Yeah.
And the way it plays against the contrary motion
Yeah.
of the music. So contrary motion, counterpoint, right? You know this. Have you? Has this?
Yeah, I am all about diverging and converging motion.
Yeah. So the melody, that it's against the melody in the bass is so happy. It's like this. I wonder if there's something there in terms of just the meaning of I can't breathe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is like that happy sad idea.
Yeah. But like, I was talking to Daryl about like hope is an act of defiance is an act of hope.
Mm-hmm.
So like this bass line that's like happy to you in contrary motion to her not being able to breathe, right? It's like,
yeah.
Now we're getting artsy. It is lifting her up.
Yeah, like on multiple levels. It's they kind of like juxtapose each other. No, that's such a cool analysis.
Oh man, and I wouldn't have ever appreciated. Now I'm getting misty. Like, yeah. Oh, keep going. Keep talking about the music, Sab.
Yes, dude. This is actually this like it's cool that you brought up diverging and converging motion because it's actually the basis for the way that I write my music because I like took AP music theory in high school and that was kind of the highest level music theory that I took. Man, I bombed that test. The listening part of that is like, what are we even doing here? Like I was just happy to be there. Like I knew I wasn't gonna get a good score, but but yeah, ever since then, this idea of writing music as if it were a choral arrangement really stuck with me. So like really following the individual like interchordal motion of the different voices and like how like the different intervals are moving between the chord positions and kind of like playing with inversions to get different kinds of like block motion in the chords. So you move from like a generally higher energy chord to a lower energy chord just on account of all of the notes being lower.
Yeah.
In position.
I like to think of it as melody, harmony expressing itself as melody when all the parts sing, right? So that's why to me, like, counterpoint means a lot to me. It like speaks to me because like as a singer, like that's my relationship with music. So when harmonies behave in that way, it does a lot for me. But anyway, yeah, go ahead and take the reins. Don't make me play the play button. It's on you.
Okay,
and you better pause every 5 seconds and give me the gold.
Okay. We're locking in. All right, hold on, let me go back. There's so many cool little details, like from the way that the snare is positioned, like right down the middle, kind of like at your eyebrow line, to the little vocal shout that's in the drum loop in the back.
I didn't hear the vocal
Listen,
shout.
if you can hear that. Yeah, it's on like every 4.
Oh my god! Huh?
And like the ghost.
I didn't hear that, dude. That's nuts. That's such a cool detail.
And the little ghost notes in the this might be a drum loop that they're using for the actual percussion part. A lot of times also what you can do is you can take a drum break or something and you can chop it up and just get the kick, the snare, and the ghost notes separate, and then kind of re-architect that into your own loop. Gives you a little bit more variety and personal expression through still using other material for the inspiration, but then being able to express what you want to express through those drum sounds. So I'm not sure which way they did it here. This might just be like a drum loop that is baked the way that we hear it now, or it might be something that's kind of layered up from multiple different disparate parts. But yeah, in any case, so many cool details in there.
Oh God. And of course hey, anytime you can throw more voce in there, even if it's for a percussive effect, I'm like, oh, that gives me ideas that I'm probably never going to use, because that would involve me being on time. Yeah, but man, that's cool. Keep going.
Heck yeah.
I can't unhear it. It's so dope.
The placement of these background vocals is crazy. It sounds like they're almost behind you, like panorama. Like if you kind of think of like your peripheral vision, it's like they're at these vocals are maybe even further back than as far as your peripheral vision reaches if you're listening on headphones. This sensation might be a little bit different if you're listening on speakers.
But I gotta ask too, how much does the reverb play into that?
So I think like it depends on what kind of reverb we're talking about. If we're talking about general like spatial reverb, like a hall simulation with decay times of like anywhere above 1 second, then I think less for that type of reverb. I think where the type of reverb that really plays into this is those early reflections. So if you think about this is something that I briefly touched on in my Music Box of Fate breakdown video, but you can get a lot of mileage out of spatializing a panned element if you're able to simulate the way that bounces off of the walls of this proverbial space that the listener is in. So it's all about being consistent. That's one of the reasons that a lot of mixing engineers will use a series of reverb sends instead of just kind of like throwing a random reverb on everything, because it grounds everything in the same space. But you can also deliberately break that mold, like kind of break that rule, by introducing unique spatialization effects for things that you want to stand out, because then the listener is like, oh, this is new and different.
And so show me those vocals again. You're saying they're behind the head.
Yeah.
Don't hold back. Give me all the juice.
Yeah, so it's these nas here.
Oh my God, yeah, they are like behind me. Dude, that's so cool. Holy shit, I would have never noticed. That is so cool. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Let's run it one more time.
Is it because they're slightly traveling in a trajectory of panning as they do, like no? Like is that what's happening? Is there some panning automation?
They might be. It also could be it could be like a trick of the way that the harmonies are written. So if the harmony is traveling from a lower frequency to a higher frequency, or vice versa, you'll maybe perceive that as being placed differently in the stereo, even without that panning automation. So because the different you kind of experience different frequencies differently when they're panned super far left and right.
This is like, oh my God, this is like, there's something to be said about like, like I absolutely love like all the science and all that stuff, but man, the way that like you wizards, you audio people, and your wizardry and your magic. This is so cool. I would have never, ever in my life ever have heard that on my own. And now I cannot unhear it. It is a gift that you have given me, sir. Please keep going.
And I think what's even cooler about this is that the harmonies they're not symmetrical. So there's a different harmony line slightly in your left versus right ear. I think maybe this is just 2 harmony layers on each side. Maybe it's more. I don't actually know.
Someone just made a good point. It's the Doppler effect.
Mhm.
That was so what you're like the ooh, pew, woo, 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 right? Like when a siren goes and then it's higher and lower from the Doppler effect. So that's and the na-na-nas and the pitches. So it's like everything you said. But yeah, now I'm like, oh my god, that's probably how it works. Oh my god.
And to be honest, a lot like while a lot of this is likely intentional, there's also a lot of nuance that sometimes is a happy accident. So we can't know for sure, but I think it's so nice when these things work out like this because they're just so much more appreciable to me.
Sure. Yeah, keep going, dude.
Oh yeah. Shiny Hunter Drew in chat said, yeah, this song was written to sell, but it didn't. Oh, is that true? Cool. I didn't know that. I know that Monii didn't she didn't believe in this song as much as Breathe for You, which was the lead single from the EP. But so like she made a video for that one, and this one just kind of existed separately. But I think this one ended up getting more initial streams. I'm not sure what that looks like now, but that's cool to know. Kind of like the broader history behind it, that this was meant to go to someone else, but then she did it herself. That's really cool.
Man. Keep going.
Cool little turnaround variation in the bass there, just to signal that we're moving to a new section.
Let me hear that again.
Boom, 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 and then we drop back down to the 1.
So we have the rising bass line and then descending. Is it done in the 2/3? Like ordinarily like a phrase would be. I wonder. Sorry, now we're gonna go back. I hear this now. Huh. A little bit, yeah. Man, I gotta start listening to bass more. I'm listening to all the vocal shenanigans because it's like cool and earwormy. But you're right, yeah. Being taken on a journey. Does Monii do the audio?
So like Asteroid Music Team is Monii, Johnny, who does their like vocal mixing and regular mixing, and then I think someone named Ari who does the production. But I think
Gotcha.
Monii does some level of the composition too, because I've seen her credited for that before.
Yeah.
So I think she does get her hands dirty with some of the production potentially.
Also regarding Doppler effect, I was more like saying that like maybe one of the reasons why, because like, you know, obviously like it can't be behind me. I have left and right, and that's it, right? And those are my headphone options. But like it could be that a possibility of what's achieving that is the way that as I've lived my life, have heard the Doppler effect, right? So that's more of what I was saying. I'm not saying it is the Doppler effect. I'm saying that it is possibly giving me this sense of that is more of what I was getting at. Not literally the Doppler effect, but kind of reminiscent of a real world occurrence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A psychoacoustic phenomenon nonetheless.
Yeah. Okay. Let's keep going.
True. Heck yeah.
Hit the button.
Let me wind it back here. So we open up into this like build section, but it's interesting because like the tension is building now. We're like going into this chorus, but we've also at the same time introduced this acoustic guitar, and you can hear the neck or like the fret slides. Honestly more so than the arpeggio that the guitar is playing. But listen for that here, like the juxtaposition between now this 4 on the floor driving kick drum in this build and opening up into this like super beautiful acoustic guitar.
Yeah. It's funny, I didn't even hear that there was a guitar in there. I feel a little silly. But I can hear the sliding. Whoa, Jesus. Sorry, that's my alarm to have an absolute panic and ruin everything that we're listening to. Please continue.
You're all good.
I'm right on time to ruin it, too.
There's so many cool little ear candy details, like little 2-note riffs that just reinforce the motion of the melody and this type of thing happening in this second verse.
So what is it
It's
to
always-
reinforce the melody? How is it doing that?
I either through contextualizing it with like some kind of harmony, or just I literally either echoing the notes that the melody has just moved through, like after the fact, or in unison with it.
Show me.
I like here. So it's like couldn't be me, and then the synth line immediately after it is like da da.
Huh.
To echo that same motion immediately after. So it's reinforcing what the vocal is doing and kind of like elevating that idea.
So, yeah, so it's reusing the motif.
Yeah.
Okay. I do love when that happens.
And like here too, like whoa, and then the synth actually in unison at the same time is also doing do do. Let's listen for that.
Yeah. Oh! Yeah! It's because the synth is so EQ'd that, like, I didn't notice it.
Yeah. So it's actually the same synth that did that that like call and response echo before. It's just up an octave.
Gotcha. God.
So at first it almost is like duetting with the vocal, and then they come together to reinforce this little moment.
Man, I really...
So cool.
Yeah, it did not occur to me, like, I think I have maybe infected myself with a little bit of a professional bias, right? Because, like, my ears, like, super go towards the vocals. Makes sense that it would, given that basically I've only listened to music in the context of, because I try not to listen to stuff in my spare time.
Mhm.
Like, you know, music was kind of ruined for me. And then I meet you guys and all of the crazy work that you guys do, you know, Daryl and Bajiru, and like now I'm starting to listen to music in my spare time again. I really do need to listen to non-vocal music more. I still think I would have a hard time picking out these details were it not for you, so I appreciate that. This is
Yeah. I think sometimes like it's a critical listening exercise for sure, because I think a lot of times this stuff does get lost on the listener. Like I know so many times if I'm showing music to someone who is just kind of a casual music listener and they're maybe not as tapped into the actual music itself, they only care about the vocal, and I think that's fine, because that's like the most human element about it, is the actual human element, so to speak. So I think it's only natural that people gravitate towards wanting to understand that. But I think there's also just infinite possibility to reinforce that in the music itself, and that kind of only became more prevalent when, you know, music kind of switched from traditional instrumentation to being now mixed with all these digital elements as well.
Yeah.
Like there's so much you can do from a texture perspective, from a timbre perspective.
And it's one of the four elements of music, right? Like melody, harmony, rhythm, timbre. The way that something sounds, like when I was in school, I always tried to learn, like if you want to learn counterpoint, probably best to go not to the theory person, but either to the composer or an organ player. Particularly the organ players are pretty darn good at it because they play all the notes all the time. But like, yeah, like I'd always try to find like who's doing the thing the best, the most, what instrument, what, you know, whatever skill I wanted to learn, I'd always try to go to those people. And tone and timbre, I always felt remiss that the audio people were in a different school. They were in the media school, not the music school. And that was always something that I found kind of tragic, selfishly, because media people absolutely deserve their own specialty, you know, education. But being absent of that was always sad for me, because like tone from a singer, to me, is it's almost only what I honestly care about, if I'm being honest with you. It's like why I have this obsession with resonance. I love that sound, so I want that sound. I want the sound. Like that's the most important thing. But then music has high notes, so I got to learn to hit those too. So, but like if I don't hit it with a good sound, I get mad. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, it's an important element of music, and it's wild to me that I can't hear it without your assistance. So I appreciate it. There's so many things I'm missing.
Don't be too hard on yourself, because it's not easy, right? Like there's kind of a lot of things that influence the like someone's ability to hear this type of stuff.
I'm not, let me clarify.
There's obviously awareness, but
I'm not mad at myself. I'm upset that this joy that you're bringing me has been absent. Yeah, like
I see.
Yeah, it's like, damn it, this was here all along. Injected into my veins. Yeah. Keep going.
I feel like there's some kind of saying like that where it's like there's beauty everywhere in the world if you only have the eyes to see it.
Jiva, come in the Discord and hang out and free voice lessons. Yeah, yeah. So if you want to get back into singing, that's why I'm here. Yeah, no, dude, yeah, keep going. I want to hear more of this from your perspective.
All right, let's go. Back to this guitar build idea here. Man, and like the build down of energy here at the end of the build too. It's like this multi-tier drum roll. So it's like they kind of switch between different drum sounds. The first one is like almost like a marching snare kind of idea, and then a slightly lower timbre, and then one even lower than that. They don't quite sound like toms to me. Yeah, this kind of like build down here. It's like we're winding up. It actually might be the same snare sound, it's just pitched down, or they frequency shifted it down so it maintains more of the transient qualities to it without losing that fidelity, but still kind of descending in pitch. So it's such a masterful execution of energy transfer, because the drop, admittedly, or I'm calling it the drop. The chorus in this one, admittedly, is a little bit lower energy than I think maybe it could be, at least for my personal taste. And I think that's why I was so drawn to this song when I initially heard it, because it got to the chorus and I was like, oh, like I know what I want to hear here. Like I want this to be super high energy, like in your face, like just kind of screaming on all cylinders. But yeah, so it's important to have this really clean and well executed build down of energy so that it's less of a jarring transition. Because the build, at least to me, communicates that we're going somewhere, and then it's this subversion of expectation that I think is really cool about it.
So there's an interesting harmony.
I don't know what that motion is called, but crazy. So cool.
The leap, I think even I might have noticed this. The leap in the bass was I think voices crossed.
Yeah, well, there's just such a cool new chord motion happening here in this section that
Yeah.
such a cool, refreshing flavor because the song hasn't done this up until this point.
Sorry, I think it might be more mixture. Yeah. Yeah. So it's like
some kind of chord substitution. I don't know what it is.
So they're borrowing from so this is I can actually have something to say here. So sequential motion can be used to modulate. So a lot of people, when they think of like chord substitution, they think mode mixture or whatever, but like one of the ways that in symphonies that people frequently modulate from is if I do this interval or something, let me get a, oh my god, Blitz, calm yourself. Sorry, my dog is being really rambunctious.
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? Okay, Blitz. Blitz, stop. He's like, what did I do wrong? He's like, what? I can't just sit on your lap like I've done since I was a puppy. It's your fault. You trained me. Yeah, I know. Right, I know.
Aww.
Yeah. 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 When I was sick, I used to spend like hours on the couch with him on my computer, and he would just lay on me. So he's used to doing that. He gets weirded out now that I'm like productive as an individual again. So, yeah, the look of sadness is like soul crushing a little bit. He's got these big eyes. He's like, why won't you hold me? And I was like, oh my god. All right. Let me see if I can do it. I'm not too good at doing it with harmonically, but I can do it melodically. Right. So I'm just going down in fifths. But well, let me. If I go down in fifths, let's go down in thirds. It's a little bit more idiomatic musically. Right? But I can do, if I want to keep major thirds at some point, and I can get like whole tone stuff going on, like
Yeah. Dream sequence.
yeah, I can do it with minor third, and then I go with the diminished. But if I do, so it's like if it's the same interval, but if I have a more harmonic idiomatic motion in the bass line, let's say for example, which would be 1, 4, 5, and the usual motion would go back to 1. So I want to invert that. And I go perfect fourth. And it's a tritone, right? But I can do. So I can go to B flat major from C. Yeah. So yeah, so you can. It's more obvious when it's done through the bass than I just did.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the point is that like you have sequential motion when your brain is used to a pattern. You can get outside of the scale by following that pattern, so it's not as jarring. I think I missed it. Right here, right?
Yeah, it's in this like bridge section.
Yeah. So listen to the bass motion. Yeah. So it follows the same pattern. Oh, and then they just disrespect the pattern by going down.
That note it ends on is such a crazy tension moment. It's such an interesting choice. It's not a choice that I think I would make.
No, but it's bold and it's dope.
It's such a cool moment.
Yeah. So I always focus on the sequential motion, but yeah, literally just grabbing us out of the harmony by going down a step while holding onto a chord. So we go now. Oh man, like we can get super crunchy with some of this. I wish my jazz chops were better.
Yeah, hey, you and me both.
Yeah, like harmonic progressions and like voice leading and stuff like that is like it's my favorite thing in music theory. I literally got a scholarship. It just feels so pretentious to say, but I got a scholarship to sing at La Scala Cantorum, which is a school in Paris. And so like I was like, oh my god, I'm going to go. And we learned Naughty Boulanger's method of studying music theory, which is like brutal on your mind. So we had to play piano and sing all the other harmonies and then leave out a voice and switch which one we were singing. It was like, just mind murder. So cool. And it was after that, it's just, I don't know, there's something about counterpoint and stuff like that I just love. It's one of the reasons I love Daryl's music, and one of the reasons I was devastated or my ego was devastated. I was delighted, but Terrence the tenor was devastated at the idea that she never studied. I was like, "Oh, you fiend!"
Yeah. Well, I think that's what's beautiful, right? Is that like there's so if you just go at it based on feeling, there's so much that you can do. Like the intuition is, I think, oftentimes just as, if not more important, as the understanding.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man. Okay, play me more.
Yeah, this is such a cool little bridge moment here. I'm gonna listen out to see if they did anything cool and new in this last chorus here. Okay, so like I know this because I remixed this song, so I've like heard the extracted acapella that I used, but they added these little shouts in the background for the second half of this this chorus. You can hear them coming. There's kind of like gang vocals. Da da, just in the background there.
Oh, they're quite far in the background. Sorry, hold on.
Yeah.
Wow, those are super hollowed out. God.
Yeah, I think they were executed like that to fit a very specific space in the mix, because they didn't. I would imagine that whoever mixed this didn't want those vocals to compete with any of the material that was already there, so they really kind of picked and chose where to place that in the frequency spectrum so that it just fills the space that is missing and it isn't too overbearing. Oh shoot!
It's all right.
We're both playing and pausing the thing.
Oh no. That's where I think that's the YouTube thing. Yeah, when you hit the YouTube play button, it doesn't stop always. Watch together is weird that way. So yeah, I wasn't touching anything, but like yeah. Anyway, man, holy crap.
Yeah, and the low pass at the end, yeah, to kind of put in a new contextualization on that same idea. So you just get more mileage out of the writing that was already done. You can just put a low pass on it, and you're like bringing the energy down another level, just kind of writing it out to the end.
Yeah.
Peak cinema.
Give me 1 second.
Actually, give me 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Take him. Over the effects on the snares and atrophy. I can ask him to.
Yo, sorry about that.
You're good. You're good. You're good. Man, listening
feeling?
this, how am I feeling? I'm feeling good. Like it's a lot for my brain to process. It's all worthwhile and it's very exciting. But like it stretches the mind in a good way. When someone wanted to ask you about the snares,
Okay.
and the effects on the snares specifically on atrophy. So before we move on, maybe we can discuss that.
Okay. Yeah. Let's jump back. Yeah, really cool snare. I'm trying to think of how to execute something similar. I mean, so definitely super high in frequency. So there's not a traditional fundamental down at like the 200 hertz ish range, which is typically where a typical snare fundamental would live for something like an acoustic snare or the types of like digital snare synthesis that you can do. Typically, you would want some kind of like strong sinusoidal fundamental down at that frequency. But it doesn't really sound like that's what's happening here. This is definitely like higher, and it almost has like this spectral quality to it. I wonder if this is something that they ran through a plugin like Good Hertz Lossy or some kind of other like spectral process that is just making it so that let's wind it back. So spectral processing is this idea of splitting up the frequency spectrum into many different bins. They're called FFT bins, fast Fourier transform. The fast Fourier transform is it's a fast version of the Fourier transform, which in turn is this concept of taking a complex wave and reconstructing it from its sine wave parts. So when you can think of it like what set of sine overtones makes up this sound, but it's also like a representation of all the inharmonic stuff at the same time. And what you can do once you have that FFT bin separation is you can affect that in certain ways by either completely removing some of them, which causes like this hollowness. It's very akin to the type of loss that you get when you compress something with low bitrate MP3. If you've ever heard like a super like kind of like this grainy spectrally mess that you get if you encode something at like 64 kilobits per second MP3 or maybe even lower, that's the type of effect that I'm hearing on this snare.
Huh. This went way over my head, but I got that it doesn't have a fundamental at 200 hertz.
Well, here, let me if you pop back into my screen share, I can kind of show some of this stuff. Maybe we can even do like a quick sound design thing.
Sure.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do phase plant. So this is a synth from Kilohertz. It just allows me to have any generators, but we're gonna start with a sine wave, and let's get just some kind of note here. We'll go on C3. It doesn't really matter. Well, it does matter what note we use, because this will be the fundamental frequency. So like right now, we just get a sine wave at this particular C3, which if we pull up the man, it's too wide. Yeah, but we can see it here on the frequency analysis. So we're right here. C3 is 130 hertz. So this is a bit low for a snare fundamental. Go up an octave, that will double our frequency. So we went from 130 to 260. That can be a good starting point. So we'll start there. Then what I'll do is I'll grab an envelope. This is just a traditional like ADSR, attack, decay, sustain, release type envelope. We're going to turn the sustain down all the way so that we have this kind of decay articulation. Going to tension this down a little bit, and we want to simulate the idea of like a stick hitting the head of the snare. So we want something relatively fast here. We'll start with like 40 or like 50 mil. And then we're going to put this on the master pitch, and we'll come down from 2 octaves, so 24 semitones. So you can hear that we've added this kind of like super plucky onset to the sound. I'm going to make that a little bit faster. Yeah, so we just get this initial like knock on the thing. So this is kind of the majority of the design. Here, I'll actually also increase the sustain a little bit, just so we get like a kind of a 2-stage articulation, and then we'll make the note super short too. So 16th, we'll do like 3, yeah, something like this. Maybe even half this. So we'll go like a 30-second note. Yeah, just like something super short, and then we'll increase the...
Huh.
But by changing sustain, we're influencing the note that the envelope ends on, so it's also influencing the pitch of the snare fundamental. So this is kind of a good starting point. And then now we'll need a transient. So there's a couple different portions of the sound that we need to recreate here. So I'll grab 2 filters. We're just going to do a high pass and a low pass. Oh, this is already the right thing. And then we want to probably focus this around, we'll do like 1 to 2K, and we'll use the hold here to just get like something really short, like a 7 millisecond type of thing. We want no attack, no decay, and then no sustain. So this is going to create this really short noise burst. And this is on a pink noise slope by default, which is good for us, but maybe I even want a little bit of stereo here to get some nice stereo placement. And then we can distort this. Let's do like fold back. Sure, why not? So then, yeah, mixing these two together gives us this kind of idea. And then Just kind of volume balance these together a little bit. So this, without any tail at all, is just kind of like a very kind of classic digital snare design. And then we'll do one more thing. We'll just get another noise. Let's do full stereo, a little bit darker. We'll do a high pass. Let me get another envelope. I'm just going to do a little bit of shaping on this filter here so that as the snare of the tail decays, we're going to filter up the low frequencies just a little bit. And we'll need to get a longer release on this. Yeah, something like this. And we can really kind of focus this in on the 1K range. The 1K range is like, as I'm sure you're familiar, is that like vowel kind of area, which is really nice to accentuate in a snare design. Okay, so we have these layers together now, which is awesome. Maybe we can compress these together a little bit. Definitely. I'm just looking for the little gain reduction meter here in this little bar here. Definitely want peak because we want the compressor to be reacting as soon as the signal reaches the threshold. I'm going to do a little bit of a higher attack because I want to compress the tails together after the fundamental point, and then
Dude, you're a fucking wizard, my guy. You're just like, I'm gonna do this, add a little secret sauce. We're just gonna try a little bit of beer, and it's good.
Yeah, this is kind of nice. There's a little bit of a build up in the snare tail. Probably around like 600 hertz. I'm just going to dip some of that out.
Yeah, it's just 600 hertz, guys. Just 600 hertz. You didn't hear it? What do you mean?
I know, it's actually more like 300. Yeah, so you can hear this is just kind of scooping it out and making more room for the snare fundamental in that region.
Someone is asking you if you're single, by the way. So,
well,
so this is
time for this kind of thing. Maybe that can answer your question.
Oh,
let's do a little bit of a shorter fundamental.
Dude, that sounds dope.
And this tail is just way too loud. I'm going to use a disperser. This is what's known as an all-pass filter. Whereas traditional so all EQ moves are the result of phase shift. So the way that the electronic circuit design for filters work is that you can influence the phase, which is the position in time of the waveform, and that will create the EQ move that you see visualized. So all the filters are kind of built off of that technology. However, you can also impart a phase change on a signal without doing any EQ, and that will allow you to arbitrarily delay the position in time of frequencies above and below the cutoff of the filter. So we'll just do like a little bit of an amount. Well, actually, maybe I can demonstrate it at a higher. So it kind of gets like this suctiony, like almost gooiness to it. And we can use this to delay the low frequencies of the fundamental from the initial onset, which will grant us better transient body separation on the drum. And then I'll kind of position this so that the cutoff is just above the fundamental frequency of the snare.
So,
yeah,
I just want
nice.
to point out here, okay? How long is the song Atrophy? It's 3 minutes, 22 seconds. All this for the snare. It's just the snare. Is this much wizardry?
And to be fair, like they might have found this. They might have found this as a ready-made sample.
But
so like,
someone had to do
sound
it.
designed this snare. Yeah, someone had to do it. That is true. Here, I'll change the filter positions a little bit on the transient, this will greatly influence the way that we perceive the tone of the snare. I think a lot of people don't realize this when they first get into synthesizing drums, is that the tonal characteristic of this initial noise burst, even though it just lasts like a mere 7 milliseconds, it matters so much for the way that our ears perceive the thing. So now we kind of have this snare. This is longer than the snare in Atrophy, but for the sake of demonstration, it should be fine. And then we can grab a plugin like Lossy. Let me find it in my list here. Lossy 3. And this plugin allows you to simulate this type of like packet loss and this type of thing.
Oh my god, and you heard all of this.
Yeah.
So like,
So to me it kind of sounds like this is kind of like the main tonal characteristic is this kind of like slight packet loss. Yeah, something like this. I don't know. The snare kind of sucks, but hopefully it communicates the idea.
Oh, okay. I gotta ask. So, in order for me to actually follow along with this stuff continuously with Monii, and I want to, like, I don't think I can do all the tracks that you wanted to go over in one sitting. Would you be willing to come back? Is that okay?
Yeah. I'd love to come back.
Because I want it. This is the level of depth I want to get into. I don't think we can go through all the tracks that you wanted to get through, and I feel like these tracks deserve that. Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Like, can you show them the mix that you were doing for Phantom? And
yeah,
I would love to see that personally, because I can maybe like. It's like working out to failure. My brain hurts. I cannot lift the maximum weights of all of this audio goodness from like Monii's tracks, but like this, I think, maybe, I don't know, is probably simpler. So I can lift more weights and destroy my brain a little bit more. Because like I can't lift up the bar if it's all the Monii juicy goodness, but maybe I can lift up this. I'd like to try it and lift this up in my brain mind. If that makes any sense at all.
Okay, very cool. Yeah, let's get into it.
Let me just see how much memory I have for all of the I want to see how much more I can record. Oh, we're good. Oh my god. I can't wait until I switch to SDR, then I'll never have to think about it again. I can just waste all my hard drive space on all of the OBS settings. Okay. All right. Yeah. So this is
this is it.
Yeah, this is the tune.
Not too complicated. At least to me. But
well, I mean, it's definitely, it looks simpler than the snare drum. We'll see.
Maybe. Okay, so we'll go from top to bottom, just kind of establishing the organization of the project, and then I'll get into the individual elements. So the top here, this muted cover music track is just the original. I needed this to line up Lesage's vocals that he sent me to the positions that they were supposed to be in, specifically for these choir items, because they're shorter clips. So I wasn't sure where they went in the song, because like I'm not like knowledgeable about the Phantom of the Opera. Like I don't know what's going on. So,
I mean, I don't know if you know this. Not an opera. Not like I care, but I'm not that knowledgeable about it either. It's a musical, right? And it's like I love musicals, and they're amazing, and Interlude was extraordinary. But like, yeah, it's definitely like something I was trying to figure out, because like, I can't just do everything I ever wanted if I want to work with people like Bajiru. Like, I don't want to hold her back by insisting that we be in my genre. And same with Daryl. Like, I would never dream of constraining these creative people that I have so much respect for. So I'm trying to learn. I tried to do some things differently, but I'm interested in your take on it too, especially that you are also unfamiliar.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, I was familiar with Phantom of the Opera as a concept.
Sure.
So I did know this song. I had never heard like this particular rendition of it, of course, but
sure.
But yeah, no, it's sick.
Sorry. You got a poopy? Okay, he's looking at me with his crazy eyes. Give me a second here.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, because he's just like. Hey, you're being a needy tenor dog.
Oh no, Kenobi, you got gatekept? Man, that sucks. That's I'm all too familiar with the gatekeeping that happens in these types of circles. In the I come from the underground dance music scene. That was kind of like where I initially was hanging out and making music, and man, that was so rampant. Like people gatekeeping how to make sounds, people gatekeeping techniques, like all kinds of stuff like that. It's people just have this unwillingness to share. But I think what people don't realize is that the techniques themselves are not what makes them great at the thing they do. It's like themselves and their personal taste that they bring to it, and their passion and their particular expertise and problem solving ability. So I've always been I've always been all about sharing as much information as I possibly can.
He just wanted to play.
Aw, that's cute. So someone wants me to make you sound like a robot as a meme. I can definitely do that.
Dope.
But what do you so when you when you say make him sound like a robot, do you mean like the hard auto tune thing? Is that what you guys want?
Yeah, it's just the unfortunate thing about HDR also. The delay between chat and stream it takes a bit.
Yeah. Well,
It's
that is all
easy.
good. Let me just in case that is what they want, let me let me gear up for it.
Robo tenor.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, with 0 retune speed, yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Sing once again with me.
It's so bad on reverb too, or on vibrato rather.
Yeah, because it thinks that the vibrato is jumping.
Yeah.
Jumping between notes, because I mean of course it is, but there's actually quite a bit of control that you have in auto tune between the flex tune knob and
I think Antares is really pretty dope. I actually, unlike a lot of singers, I actually do like the quality of Antares autotune. But yeah. Oh, someone.
Yeah, I think there's so much musicality in Antares's implementation of this algorithm that you just don't really get from a lot of the other types of autotuners.
Yeah.
I think unfortunately they are just the best, which is a shame because it's like they're almost like the name brand. I mean, they are the name brand literally. Like when people say autotune, they're thinking of this type of effect, but like this is the product, kind of like the Kleenex thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, the first challenge, of course, was that we had a karaoke mix. So we had Baji printed into the karaoke recording on top of the instrumental. So the first challenge, or I guess not really a challenge nowadays, was to get those two separated. So there's all kinds of tools for this. The way that these work is that they've trained a model to be able to separate vocal content from the instrumental, and this has gotten really, really good at doing this. So it's able to do it well enough to also maintain the reverb of the voice.
Oh, you were able to isolate it.
Yeah, so easy isolation. I mean, honestly, didn't even really have to lift a finger for that. That's fine. Wow. What I did have to then lift a finger for was the fact that the vocal extraction was so good, in fact, that it also extracted the bleed of whatever vocal was in there before.
Ooh, gods.
So I had to go in here, and I'll open this up in RX, so that you can see. But I had to go in here, and I had to paint out kind of all the remaining artifacting that was happening from that vocal kind of being still in here, and some of it is still in here. Like I wasn't able to paint it out like in full, but I got most of it, and there's nothing distracting really left in the separation anymore.
I didn't know you could you painted out the frequencies. I
Yeah.
didn't know
So
you
so
could do that.
the way this works is that in the there's two different views in RX. You have the waveform view and you have the spectrogram view, and then literally like in a paint program you have a brush tool. So I can come in here and I can I can like paint on a portion of the frequency spectrum, and then I can just like play that back. So I'm just listening now just to this area.
Oh my
that I painted.
god! Oh my god! Oh my god, that would be so useful for me. I think I have RX because it's part of the complete ultimate package, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow!
Yeah. Then you do have RX.
Woo! I could totally do that for teaching people the things. Oh my god!
Yeah. So
This is mind-boggling.
Someone's commenting on the slow update or refresh rate of the repaint. Yeah, it's just because I have the fidelity of this spectrogram cranked up pretty high so that I can see all of the individual partials. Because you want to be able to come in here and like paint on the individual harmonics of the voice, right? Yeah. So just to be able to visually see this in the highest fidelity, I do have it kind of set up in a way where the
Wow.
redraw speed is kind of slow.
So one of my favorite things about Bajiru's tone happens like at around 1K. There's something going on at 1K. Can you isolate that overtone
Yeah.
that's going on?
Is there a particular? Well, we can just try here at the beginning. That might kind of be
Yeah.
a good enough place. So we can see here on the side we're going from like 1K. So we'll start from below, go up to like 1.5K,
Yeah.
and then we'll just kind of go from. Yeah. So she has a really strong overtone in her voice here.
Yeah. But it's like
This is
abnormally
funny
pleasant.
to listen to a filter like this.
Yeah. It's abnormally pleasant in I don't know why, because it's just a frequency, right? Like
Mhm.
but it's weird. Like the second I dipped around that area in my voice, like her voice just like it's a weird metaphor. Like I was the bun and she's the hot dog. Does that make any
Mhm.
sense?
Yeah. Yeah. I
Like, it
get
just-
exactly what you're saying.
Yeah. What happened with my voice that happened? Is my voice like all the frequencies all at once?
So I think there's a couple things going on. One of them is just the fact that her voice is higher pitch. So
Sure.
she's already kind of occupying a higher frequency space. So that kind of disparity I think is the main contributing factor. I think there's a reason that like male female duets are like work as well as they do.
But like I've done male female duets. There's something particular about the way our voices are working together that's actually quite specific, and I can't place it. Or maybe it isn't. Maybe it's not something that we can quantify. But if you go
Yeah.
try.
Yeah. Well the other thing that my mind goes to is your microphone is quite dark.
Yeah,
and,
I do.
and her microphone, at least in this recording, does have some semblance of a live mix on there, whereas yours is relatively unaffected from the initial tonal slope of just what the microphone is going to give you back. So I think that is also contributing to this natural separation between the two.
Okay. Huh. Sorry, just trying to process that because like there's a vocal quality as well, but yet it's hard to know what a mic does.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard for me to think about it from any other perspective, to be honest.
That's fair, but I didn't think about it from another perspective. Like I didn't think about because like it's interesting. I picked the AKG C414 initially because I thought it actually sounded quite bright, but it could be that like it's handling my voice way differently because I picked out this microphone like 15 years ago almost. I've had it for quite some time. And it's quite a lovely mic, but yeah, my voice has changed dramatically since that time. So it could be handling the richness that I now have in my voice that I just didn't have at that time in a different way.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Can we look at in this program, can we put both of our voices together?
So not that I'm aware of. I'm trying to think of what of what a
Could
way
you
to do
route-
that would be.
Could you route them to a bus and then use a spectrogram?
Let me do this.
Sorry, you were totally
What?
cooking, and I totally hijacked everything. But I'm just mad
No,
curious.
that's okay. I need to let's do selected tracks, stems. We'll do entire project. And then we'll just do $ track to get the variable. So let me just render these out. In the meantime, I'm going to look at. I need to zip these together into. I need to like map the two mono files into a stereo using FFmpeg.
Oh man, that's the other thing that I have mad respect for you, man. You know the FFmpeg. You know the secret sauce of everything that the internet is basically built off of. FFmpeg is so dope.
Yeah. Okay, I think I have something that might work for us. A command of sorts. So we'll wait for this to render out.
I hope you guys don't mind. I'm being so indulgent. I'm like, show me why we sound so good together. I like, it's not. There's something about her and I. Like, I don't know. I've worked with a tremendous amount of sopranos in my day. You know, and her and I sound like particularly good together, and I can't place it. Especially because like her technique is not specifically classical, right? Like it's not like Bajiru's not trying to sound like a classical singer. So usually I just like overwhelm sonically, like even in a recording, I'm just going to overwhelm somebody's quality. But I think her formant is the singer's formant, right? That first overtone is prominent enough without all of the other overtones being like a more traditional soprano sound is going to have a lot more going on, frequency wise. And yet, I don't know, it's not what I'm used to, and yet it works so well. So I'm struggling to words, but it's too boring.
That didn't work.
FF Play has a spectrogram visualizer as well. We can go back into the mix here, and we can maybe discuss this a little later.
Yeah, so sorry. I wish I was more prepared for this.
No. I totally jumped this on you. So we'll figure that out later. But like, I definitely want to see more of the mixing you did.
Okay. So so the first step was to get it separated, and then I went in and I painted out all of kind of like the leftover artifacts. It was like just super high frequency stuff up at the top, like up in this area, which is just like super, very, very high, very painful to listen to when isolated type of area. You can also see that because this is stream audio, like it was already kind of lossily encoded, so we're missing everything above 16 kilohertz. This is just kind of natural. A natural thing that happens. This is information that's thrown away by these lossy encoders because it's deemed not important to human perception nearly as much as, of course, everything else down here is. So that's why that's missing. That was just kind of how it came. So I painted all that out, and then I was left with the kind of as clean as I was able to get it vocal take from her. And the first thing that I came in here with was this EQ. Let me actually turn off these effects, and then we'll kind of go one by one. So couple things to note here. One of them is this general energy transfer. I'm dipping the like 400 hertz range, which is all this, mostly just covering the vocal fundamental range, and then the first couple partials just kind of as the EQ bell tapers off, and I'm in a sense transferring this energy from down here to up around 6.5 kilohertz. So that's everything up here. So this is just in a sense, this is just like a tonal slope change on the sound. So you can kind of see, if you envision like a linear graph that kind of goes through all of these points, you get this kind of like gradual diagonal upwards kind of idea. Actually, I can do it like this. Let me get my, something like this. You can see that, right?
Yeah. And why? Can I ask why?
Just because when I was listening to this, it'll be easier to hear if I A/B this. So to me, listening to this vocal mix as a baseline, to me the intelligibility of the words is compromised by how much of the vocal fundamental is dominating the performance, and that's actually made even more obscuring by the reverb that's on it, because the reverb is going to be excited the most by the frequencies that are the loudest, and because it is the vocal fundamental in this case, there's an overrepresentation even in the reverb sound of that fundamental. So it becomes even more important at that point to dip this out. So I would maybe do this in a less extreme way if I had separate control over the reverb and the the dry vocal, but this is kind of the result that I arrived at just immediately out the gate. Then moving on to Soothe 2, this is a dynamic resonance suppressor. The way this works is that it will work to dynamically, in real time, find resonant frequencies in the signal and then attenuate them. Now, of course, it is also true that sound is nothing if not resonant frequencies, so it's important to not overdo this. And the goal here isn't to completely kill any of the resonances, it's just to compress them in a way to keep them in check. So you can see that we're doing not a very significant amount of gain reduction here. These like gray numbers correspond to the amount of gain reduction that's happening at any given point in time. So we're not even really doing any more than 2 dBs of gain reduction on any of these resonances. And I'm also reducing the mix here, which influences the maximum reduction that the plugin would be able to do. And this is just to help control some of those trickier dynamically moving resonances where it's not appropriate to use a static EQ move, because obviously the vocal as an instrument is moving through different ranges, all this type of stuff. So it's nice to have something in your tool belt that's able to dynamically tackle those issues. And Soothe 2 is a great option for that.
I bet that is incredibly useful on my voice.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It's also really easy to overdo this.
For sure. Yeah.
I think a lot of people will, and I can demonstrate that. We're at negative 1.9. So you can see that if I crank this, then we're left with it completely neuters your sound, and you can hear that like what's left is the noisy qualities, or like the stuff that's in between the vocal harmonics.
Yeah.
Because all the actual vocal harmonics are being completely kind of attenuated by the processing. So yeah, definitely important to be subtle with this, and it can help get you a lot of the way there and have you or not require as many manual moves. Sometimes like I'll still do stuff like this, like here in this EQ I have this kind of static resonance dip. This is likely because I was listening through this and one particular note had this frequency represented extremely prominently, and I just knew that it wasn't going to compromise on the fidelity of the sound to have like this one particular dip here, because really this is only dipping negative 3 dB. This isn't even doing like anything super crazy, and you can see kind of like this range, and sometimes the vocal will pop into this. There it is.
Yeah, that frequency range is always a pain in my ass.
Yeah.
Chris Jarrett.
Yeah, actually, the Fletcher Munson curve, which is kind of like this equal loudness curve that was developed by this guy. I think his last name was Munson, but the idea there is that it is a curve that is meant to accurately reproduce how the human ear is sensitive to different frequency ranges, and it actually has quite a significant dip here to correspond with an increased sensitivity of the human ear to this range. And the
Yeah.
evolutionary reason for that is because
crying.
that's baby's crying.
Yep,
of course.
dude. I bring out that graph all the time in my videos, all the time. I try to explain to people like why is it like I mean, there's so many instances where it's useful, but like from B to C, why is high C something we care about? It's because it dips right into that bump.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I bring that crap out all the time. I'm so excited. It matters in mixing too. Yeah, no, one of the reasons my vocals can get real obnoxious is because hello squealo, that's how I do the things. That's how I project over the orchestra. How'd you do this all for, well, no, I'm gonna let you cook. I'm just gonna sit and not get too excited and then derail you all over again. You're making it really hard.
We took care of what I'll call like general tonal corrective EQ. So this was stuff that I felt was objectively wrong. And then in a separate EQ instance, I tackled stuff that I wanted to hear. So this actually has another kind of like static bump, dip in here for another high frequency. This is up around 7 kilohertz, and this giant bell boost plus 5 dB at 16K. This is like kind of that air type of boost that I wanted to hear. So I can A/B this as well. So it's subtle, but it just kind of brings out this rich, high energy information and just kind of like lifts the vocal up ever so slightly. And this is one of those moves that helps like the vocal translate on top of the instrumental and not get lost in the middle of it. Then I'm going in with a de-esser. This is a de-esser design that that kind of like Lightshard figured out. It's an overcompression type of de-esser. So we're using Nova, which is a dynamic equalizer. The idea here is that we just have a band centered on the main frequency in the sibilants, and we have two bands stacked on top of each other, so they combine together, and then whenever a sibilant happens, it like overcompresses the shit out of that sibilant. And try to go to a passage that has a lot of S's. So this is a pretty good example. Yeah, so you can see on these S's, it's reacting like crazy. And you might think, wow, this is a lot of gain reduction. Why isn't it affecting the sound as much as you would expect it to? And that's actually because we're mixing in 30% of the dry mix back into the signal. So we're doing a lot of attenuation, but then we're bringing back some of that dry mix just to offset that and get a nicer blend between the two.
Dude, God, gotta get Lightshard back on here too.
Yeah, dude.
Dude, you guys...
He can go into like the nitty gritty. Like he's the manual reader type of guy. So like he be reading the manuals for everything. He's so cool.
You guys are all so freaking cool, man. You and your wizardry and your wizard hats and your black magic. I don't know how many goats you all sacrifice every day. I don't know if it's like something you do with your cup of coffee in the morning, 2 lumps of sugar, a little bit of cream, dead goat. Like, but like, yeah, you guys are cooking. Sorry, tell me more.
Yeah, so because we have 6 bands available to us in the Gentleman's Edition of Nova, this is like this is a paid version of the plugin. There is a free version of Nova. Recommend this plugin to death if anyone's looking for a free dynamic equalizer. This can be your go-to. This company does amazing work, and they're very generous with the feature set that they offer in the free version of their tools. But one of the benefits of using the Gentleman's Edition, as the paid versions of these plugins are called, is that we get 6 bands. So we're able to target not just to the main sibilant frequency, but also if we need to target a T consonant, if it's at a bit of a lower frequency, which will come into play for your voice a little bit later. And then also for F sounds, like sometimes people have particularly piercing fricatives, then you can use the upper 2 bands to additionally target those ranges as well.
Fricative consonants, by the way, F, V, which is just a voiced F. But yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah,
is
it's
another one.
you got to know about these kinds of things if you're a mixer, because you need to know what to look out for.
Yeah.
And then this is a bit of a more of an esoteric kind of move. The way that this works is that we have two dynamic bands. One of them is positioned to start right around where the main overtone series of the voice is kind of rolling off, and the sibilant areas start. And then the second one is up higher. This actually might even be too high for this trick. But the idea is that we have both of these bands set to this free sidechain mode, so they're reacting to frequency content that is only up here above this green band, and that range sounds like this. So we're only reacting to this, and the dynamic behavior in Pro-Q is very program dependent. It has what is known as a floating threshold, so it will automatically adjust itself to whatever is happening in the audio that's being played through it. So whenever the voice kind of moves up into that range, and she hits some of these higher notes, this dynamic move just gives her a little bit of an extra lift and just helps the air on those particular notes shine a little bit brighter than everything else. So we're kind of adding high frequency dynamics back into the sound, and then we're compensating that on the extremely upper frequencies by by doing the same move but in the opposite direction. So we have positive dynamic range on the bottom band and negative dynamic range on the top one, and then this kind of serves to create this we kind of get like a little bit of this kind of bump in the frequency spectrum, but not all the time, just like whenever a syllable calls for it, essentially, like whenever it triggers the dynamics processing. And this is like a super subtle thing.
Yeah. See, you guys think my mix was good. I threw Gullfoss on everything. I didn't do shit. All right. Like, that's all I did. This is the real shit.
Yeah, so that was everything that I did for Baji. Let's talk about you want to talk about your voice, or you want to talk about instrumental?
My voice, which is the obvious tenor answer, but
sounds good. So there's
no, it sounds good because you made it that way. But yeah.
So this was the everything is at the same time. So this was the raw recording. I do have Melodyne on here. I did not do anything in the Melodyne in terms of like significant tuning work. The main goal here was to, in the sections where the two vocals were singing together, I just lined up your syllables and consonants with Baji's.
Yeah. I had messed up a few of those. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was kind of the main goal here. I think maybe there was a couple notes where I altered the onset that you had to just kind of make some of the notes feel a little bit more intentional.
Yeah.
But that was really it.
Just while we're at this, just to reiterate, we did not, knowing Bajiru's preference, we did not use Melodyne on her vocals. So just to throw that out there. So
didn't touch her vocal at all, not even for timing. That's why I just lined up Lesage's voice with hers. She was kind of like the ground source of truth for how the vocal should go. So there was this,
which is appropriate for this song, actually. So
yeah, for sure. And then now this looks a little crazy, but let me walk you through it. So very very kind of similar idea to what I did for Baji. So I just have a very slight tonal shift of the vocal, just making it ever so slightly brighter. Little bit of a dip at the 600 hertz range, which is kind of like where your second harmonic lives. So you have your fundamental down here, which in your voice is not as strong as your second harmonic.
Yeah.
So just to get a more even representation of the harmonics in your voice, I did a little bit of a dip here. This is nothing crazy. Like I'm literally doing a -1 dB. Pretty broad move. And then these three series of dynamic bands are to combat the fact that like sometimes when you move on to certain notes, your voice just becomes more powerful.
Yeah.
And like that's great, but we also need a little like things to be a little bit more like similar to each other over the course of the entire performance. So the idea
Yeah.
isn't to completely remove the fact that your voice becomes stronger on those notes, but just make sure that it doesn't become significantly stronger, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so like in opera, composers like will write for this, right? But with musical theater, you have a mic, so it's a different consideration. But like Mozart was particularly good at this. I don't know if you know this about Mozart. Not bad. He might have been okay at what he did, but like, yeah, those idioms are usually taken care of by the composition, and where I come from, and so I when I'm trying to record my voice, I have a really hard time with this. I mean, literally, it took you and Lightshard and like an hour each working on my live vocal input to like for us to figure it out. Yeah. Anyway, just super dope. Just want to echo how challenging that can be to record an opera singer. It is not easy, let alone post production. So
yeah, and I think what's also interesting is that a lot of times, as you said, like this is written for and it is intentional, but a lot of times people don't have a choice. Like sometimes people's voices are just naturally more resonant, and either through lack of control or lack of understanding, like this is something that you have to account for as a mixer. Like you have to be able to recognize when someone's just being louder in a certain passage and kind of accommodate for that. And you can do that in any number of ways. You can either like do manual vocal like volume writing, so you can do some automation to make sure that things are kind of the same. That has diminishing returns, I think, because you're affecting the volume of the vocal as a whole instead of just the harmonics that are becoming louder.
yeah,
So you're also inadvertently kind of changing the tonal perception of that the listener has of your voice. So it's important to not overdo that.
well said.
Yeah. So yeah, coming in with a couple of these dynamic bands, these are just doing compression at these very specific ranges as your voice kind of moves through these frequency ranges here.
Oh, sorry about the clipping, dude.
Yeah, that's all good. I was actually I had Lightshard in a call where I was working on this, and we were trying to figure out like what was going on, like whether it was clipping, whether you were like somehow influencing the diaphragm or of the capsule, like the microphone capsule to
Possibly
like, have some kind of something going on there. Like
I mean, not on purpose.
no, of course.
Yeah, but yeah, certain notes I don't know what's going on. It could just it could be the clipping is when here, if you want to play it again for folks. Watch how it distorts. You hear that the aggressive sound?
Yeah.
That's not from me. That is there's some sort of audio thing going on. Hey, get down. Okay, stop.
Yeah, I think because Lesage's chain is so complicated, it's kind of hard to identify where these things are coming from. And what's interesting is that at least on this particular note, at least on this particular note, it's not apparent in the waveform that it is clipping. So this is like clipping somewhere in the chain, but not in the traditional sense where it like goes above 0 dB. Like it went above 0 dB maybe somewhere in the chain. We just don't know where that is. And we'll maybe have to put in some work to trace that back and figure out what's going on, because yeah, obviously there is a way to solve this. We just have to figure out what it is.
Yeah. Oh, sorry,
but yeah, no problem.
Hard a little bit there.
There was one portion of this where like genuinely was clipping, like specifically on this like last loud bit here, like the
sing for me into the maniacal laughing.
Yeah, the sing for me into maniacal laughing. Like these portions of the waveform were clipping, but you can recover that relatively consistently with RX. There's a tool in RX that lets you
dope.
declip the signal. So I was able to get back that dynamic range that was cut off in a super transparent way. So that was no problem. There is a lot that the tools allow you to do, but it's not always a get out of jail free card.
No, I mean, yeah, you don't want to hand. It's like we were joking. Don't hand someone a blender and a microwave. Yeah, I was joking and saying that this tracking sounds really good. Now we just need to bake in some microwave sounds for you to work with.
And there are things that you can do. So like this is actually something that I did in your voice quite a bit. Is like, let's just say that I still have Baji's voice open here, but let's just say that this particular range would have like some kind of clipping artifacting. You would be able to come in here with the spectral repair tool and tell RX to, hey, like attenuate these frequencies by pulling the content from before and after the area. So you can have it kind of like patch out any like distortion, intermittent distortion by doing stuff like this. So yeah, like the spectral patching capabilities of this tool are just so useful. There's so many problems that you can solve.
I wonder why Rosa
software
glazes the shit out of you guys. This is some wizardry.
Yeah, but I was able to make great effect or great use of those effects to fix some of the problem areas in your vocal. And like in the mix of everything, I think it's not as distracting as it is when you're listening to it isolated, and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So this was the first EQ. This was just kind of prep work going into the compressor. So I know we have compressors going on in your voice, but I just wanted to do a little bit of extra control. So I'm using the LA2, which is a variant of the LA2A. This is a model of like the very first version of this plugin that, or sorry, not this plugin, of this hardware unit that was made. And the reason that we're using this instead of the LA2A is that this actually has an even slower attack than the LA2A that we were using on your voice. So we're preserving a lot more of the nuance of the performance while just kind of very gently controlling the broader envelopes of the voice. So as I play this back, you can kind of see the needle, how it's reacting. And this is just making sure that the volume of everything is relatively consistent.
Yeah, because once I can get on a vowel, I can actually like open up.
Yeah. The reason that the attenuation jumped up here on this particular passage is because in Melodyne I turned up the volume of this particular passage. It sounded to me like you closed your vowels quite a bit for this, so it wasn't coming through as loud.
On E, let me see the vowel. I was trying to hold back and be intimate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like if I do
this
that,
is great, but it does kind of pose a mixing challenge just to like make it work the same way as everything else.
Yeah, because like I as I was recording, it was too like Bajiru is very playful, and also it just felt like when I was performing, it was like this madman is supposed to be in love, right? The Phantom is supposed to be obsessive and in love, and I was just like singing it like punch, 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 and I was like, this is not intimate. So I wanted to do, what are the words? I was doing it before. In you versus in you, like reverent in a way. So
Yeah.
that you can preserve that quality.
Additional richness.
Yeah, that you can preserve that quality while giving me back my beloved volume, because I love to be loud. It's really dope.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's all about, right? Is just maintaining that original intention and elevating it, making sure that it's audible at all moments in the thing. Yeah, so that was the compression pass. Nothing too crazy there.
How long did all of this take you? Someone asked, by the way.
Like an hour and a half.
So I tracked it in about an hour-ish, maybe, if that. It's just a few takes. And then obviously Bajiru's is one, and then okay. And I learned the song in about an hour as well. So
Mhm.
yeah, this is why, as my saying goes, good artists make great art. Professional artists make great art fast. You have to be fast
Mhm.
because money's involved. Yeah. Anyway.
Well, I think on one hand, yeah, like it's like sure money is involved, but also like because yeah, you want to respect the money of your client,
Mhm.
which that wasn't even a consideration here because like I just want to make good art, but the other thing is, the more time you spend with something, the more acclimated you become to it, the more familiar you are with the way that it is. So it's important to work fast when you're mixing because you maintain that newness factor.
Mhm.
And you're able to make more objective choices by not becoming familiar with the material.
Interesting. You guys talk a lot about that in the audio world. I can't say that I hear that a lot. And
Well, I think that's like one of the reasons why the mastering profession even exists, because you're able to send your material to someone who has never heard it before in their life, and they're able to make the most objective choice on how to elevate that audio because they're not clouded by bias.
odd
And the people in that profession are just like so good at understanding the intention and just like elevating that. It's really beautiful.
I can't think of a parallel in singing. Other than maybe I don't know. I guess I also have a weird approach because I can listen to things for an eternity. But I guess like my job is to maybe fall in love with it and bring out certain details. But
Mhm.
yeah, I don't know. It's an
Well,
interesting
yeah,
thing.
I think for singing it is different, right? Because
Yeah.
there's something to be said about like needing to be familiar with something to a certain level to be able to communicate effectively the emotion of the piece.
Yeah.
Because I think it's one thing to sing something, but to tell the story while singing it
Yeah.
is a different thing entirely.
Yeah. All right, keep cooking. Keep
All right.
going, yeah.
So yeah, similar kind of soothe idea on your voice here as we did on Baji. Actually, I think maybe the identical settings. This is doing similar, if not a little bit less of attenuation on the different harmonics. Same kind of de-esser thing. So here I'm making use of all three of these band sets. So we have the first two bands down here around 4 kilohertz. This is where your T sound mainly lives. There's one particularly pronounced T sound that had a lot of emotion behind it that I wanted to attenuate with these two bands. Then the main sibilance, your sibilance kind of lies in the upper 6K range, and then just something here for the fricatives up at this is crazy high, like 15.5K. This is the type of thing where not a lot of stuff lives up here, but when stuff goes up here, like ow,
Yeah.
Like, it is painful. So it's nice to have a little bit of extra control up here for those particular moments when that becomes relevant. And then 2 additional EQs, just doing a high pass here, just getting rid of any potential rumble. I think there's a couple different approaches that I like to take to this. Sometimes I'll go into RX and like as you see in Baji's voice, there's nothing down here in this lower range. That's because I came in here and I painted it out. So I just replaced everything down here with silence to clean up the separation.
There wasn't a cutoff. Oh my god. Oh, I guess no, because you removed it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the reason that you would maybe want to do this in something like RX is because you're interacting with the frequencies directly, you're not introducing a phase shift by putting a high pass filter on it, which is no one cares. It doesn't matter. But it is technically, on a very technical level, slightly better to do it this way than to use a high pass filter. So that's why I did it this way.
Gotcha.
It does not matter. No one cares.
But you care.
Yes, I do.
It's your job.
But then I think, in all fairness, I think for your voice, maybe I just missed something, or there was something that I wanted to roll off, so I ended up using a high pass filter here just to get rid of this like super low stuff. You can see this slightly darker spectrum that's jumping here is the material that was there before. and then the lighter spectrum below is what's remaining. So we're not doing anything crazy here. This is just 12 dB per octave on the slope of the filter, so it's very gentle. Some might say musical, if you'd like. And yeah, so this is just purely to remove any of the super low rumble, which again, inconsequential I think in practice, but if it's good practice to do, because if you had many tracks that had this low end rumble, they would add up over time and it would just kind of become a problem at some point.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the core principles of EQ is to filter something to only have what you need. So there is a set of frequencies in any sound source that are necessary for the sound to be what it is. And then there's superfluous material either in the super low end or the super high end that is not relevant to the main tonal characteristics of the sound and can be largely filtered away. For vocals, material that lives below the vocal fundamental is not really relevant to the tone of the sound.
Yeah, that's for guys who are like coding. It's like when you like controlling variables, like enums, right? Like the use of enums and I guess maybe enforcement of values. If the code becomes too bloated, or like I guess like the shape of an object is not consistent over time, eventually you run into a problem, and tracking it down can be nightmarish if you don't contain like your code shape or like have a consistent logic.
Yes.
Yeah.
So sometimes that's impossible to account for the need to hunt down stuff like that. Like whenever we do the crazy like choir stacking for like we did for Music Box of Fate, and there's one particular sibilant in one vocal and it's panned left, and now you got to find it. Good luck.
Yeah, have fun with 126.
Yeah.
126. Oh my god.
That's okay. That's why I asked Lightshard to do that for me, so I didn't have to.
Oh my god.
But yeah. Yeah, so yeah, just rolling off some of that low rumble that we don't need. Tiny bit of dynamic control, like just 0.6 dB on the vocal fundamental.
With me, how strange.
This is just keeping this in check. Sometimes like even these small, super small increments, like 0.6 dB, are very apparent to me. Like it's obvious to me that there's just a little bit too much vocal fundamental on different notes. And this can come from any number of things. The biggest one is distance from microphone. So if the performer is like super dynamic in their performance, like to move around a lot, they're changing their distance to the microphone, then their vocal fundamental is not going to be consistent. And you can correct for this by either manually automating a shelf, which is what we did for Daryl's voice in the Music Box cover, or you can use compression to largely automatically handle that for you.
Yeah, now that you say that, I mean, I was focused on the delivery, and so I probably was moving a tremendous amount.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad you can deal with that.
And I think that's like, that's the thing, right? Like we would never want to affect someone's physical mobility while they're performing, because there's quite a bit of the performance that can lie in the way that you kind of move your body while you perform.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we would never want someone to not be able to do that. So it's just like, okay, how do we enable them to be able to do that while still getting the highest quality product out at the other end?
An hour and a half.
Many different kind of stages. Yeah, so we have this like static dip here at 600 to accommodate for that, and then just a little bit of additional control on the vocal fundamental, kind of like down at half of that frequency. And then these are two kind of presence boosts that are just brightening up your voice. So here this is without them.
And with me, how strange duet, my power.
So this to me is just really, it's almost working to complement the richness by adding these higher frequencies that I think just give additional context to the richness that's happening lower down.
It's also more idiomatic of so opera singing. The frequencies that carry are going to be the higher ones, as we discussed as to why. My lower performance even the fundamental for that matter, don't actually travel all that much. So this is actually closer to how I would sound if you got some distance from me, which I can't do in my room. My room is a square.
Yeah.
The slapback that I would get, like, I have to really get close to the mic, otherwise the slapback is insane. You know,
Yeah.
because we've established I'm loud, so yeah.
Tenor tendencies.
Well, opera's just loud. Tenors are just obnoxious.
Yeah, whatever you want.
Listen. I paid you for this one, so that means you have to agree with me, right? Yes, tenors are obnoxious. Yes. Oh, sorry. No, I had to say because you wouldn't. Self-soothing. Some people stim. I say tenors are obnoxious, and it makes me warm and fuzzy inside. Continue.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tenor. I'll sing your praises.
Yes.
Yeah. So just bringing up some of the brightness there, and then same kind of move that I was doing on Baji, just to bring out some more of that higher quality on certain syllables. Did a little bit of a different positions here on the filters, because your voice is naturally lower in frequency, so we need to move this the cutoffs just lower to accommodate for that. Yeah, so that is that. So that's everything that I did for just the raw voice, and then there are 2 effect sends. There is one delay and one reverb. The reverb is on all the time, and the delay is only on for the maniacal laughing and that sort of thing.
Nice.
And the whispers.
Yeah, I was going to ask. I was like, you do the delay for the whispers, like I asked, right? And you're like, yeah. You knew I was going to ask.
So couple notes about the reverb. So I'm doing a little bit of signal preparation going into the reverb. I'm able to do this because I'm doing it as a parallel send. So if I were to do the reverb inline, it would be more difficult to do any type of EQing or modification to the signal before it goes into the reverb. This way I'm able to apply an additional layer of de-essing. So something that can become particularly annoying about big, like, room type reverbs is that sibilants will excite the room in a way that is just kind of annoying and distracting from the main vocal performance. So you can get a better response out of your reverbs by doing additional de-essing on the vocal before you go into the reverb. So I'm using a Valhalla Vintage Verb here on a 3-second setting. It's pretty low bass multiplier because I didn't want the lower frequencies to reverberate out quite as much, and then just doing a little bit of low cut to shape up the low end of that reverb, and a little bit of high cut as well to make sure that none of those super high frequencies are making it into the reverb either. So we can listen to just the reverb on its own. So you
that
can
makes
hear
me sound like a Giga Chad.
Yeah, but so you can hear that if I turn off this de-esser, so you can hear that the sibilant is exciting the reverb in a way that makes the sibilant much longer than it is actually normally. So I'm actually doing quite a really aggressive amounts of de-essing here. Maybe I actually shouldn't do nearly as much, do a little bit less. But this is just getting a more pleasing response out of the reverb. And then just a little bit of EQ after the reverb, just to clean up some 400 hertz. That this is this range in the reverb, just so that your lead vocal isn't being clouded by the reverberation in these lower frequencies as much. So it's just kind of creating space for the two to sit together. There's a couple plugins that let you do this automatically. I think Neoverb from Isotope has a feature like this. Yeah, they have this auto cut idea that will automatically EQ your reverb to like optimize it basically for exactly this.
Huh.
So yeah, there's certain tools that kind of have this stuff built in. I just kind of reach for Vintage Verb for my vocal reverbs, and this doesn't have that type of feature built in, so I have to do it using manual tools after the fact.
Do sibilants? This is a good question. Do sibilants not excite the rooms in the same way in a natural setting? My instinct is to say no, because a sibilant. Well, I don't know.
Well, there's a difference between the way that sound reverberates in a real space with all the intricacies of the different materials of the surfaces and how sound reverberates in an algorithmic simulation of a space. So I think in the real world, the surfaces are going to be a lot more absorbent of those higher frequencies. So the sibilant isn't going to reverberate as much, I think.
I mean, S doesn't carry. I think it's something about also that just the natural compression that happens on a condenser microphone and all that stuff like makes like, you know, when I go to, I've never like gone to an opera and it was like, wow, this could really use a de-esser. Like that's never happened. So there's something with audio that happens. Whereas in a theater, I've never been like, oh, that S was a little much. Like, yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, simulation can only go so far. So there's no way that you're going to be able to. Well, okay, I say this and I'm going to prove myself wrong in about 2 seconds. But there's like for these algorithmic designs at least, there's not a great way to kind of model this. There are parameters like sometimes you'll find like in the damping section here, like I would be able to play with the damping of the space. So then like as the sound reverberates in the simulation, it will lose high frequencies faster. I just find it to be a faster path to the result that I want to use a de-esser into my reverb than to play with the reverb settings. But you can kind of get to it in a number of ways. There is, of course, also the idea of capturing the reverberation of a real space using a convolution reverb type thing. So that's this idea where you play what's known as an impulse click or a direct click from like a really loud micro or a really loud speaker, or sometimes they use like a starting pistol for like really big spaces, and you'll record the way that the sound reverberates in that space off of that single click, and then you can impart that as a recording using a convolver onto any material, and you can make it so as if the sound source is in that space.
That's crazy, man. Y'all are wizards. Someone said, what frequencies do sibilants sit in? Is it?
So it's different for each voice, but you're typically looking at anywhere from for the lowest male voices, I've seen it as low as like 4K, sometimes even like 3.5K, which is very low for a sibilant. And a lot of female voices are going to have sibilant up as high as 9K. So really, the range is quite crazy, and it just really depends on the way a person speaks. And it'll be different for spoken voice than it is for singing, and there's just so much nuance to it. I'm not really sure like what the actual mechanics of the voice are that cause the different like the different placements of sibilants between different speakers. However, an interesting fact about sibilants is that because it is unvoiced, it is always static. So it is always going to manifest for a particular speaker in the same frequency range.
Yeah, I would imagine it has to do with the acoustics of the actual person's bits and bobs. Like, it's kind of a fascinating thing is like someone's anatomy gives them their sound, right? In no small way.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that was kind of like wasn't that what Freddie Mercury was so afraid of? Like he didn't get dental work because he was afraid that it was going to affect his voice.
I don't know. I thought it was just because he was British that he didn't get dental
that's
work,
fair.
But that's sorry, British people. I don't mean that.
No, I remember reading something like that. Like, yeah, he didn't get his teeth fixed because he was worried that it was going to affect his.
And
his
it would.
tone.
It would. Yeah, it would affect his tone. It would affect his articulation would maybe need to adjust. Yeah.
And he like had it figured out, of course. So he didn't want to. He didn't want to mess with that.
Yeah. Especially, like, you know, you can take a few years to refigure out everything back to where it was. But like, even people with like gastric bypass, Deborah Voigt never sounded the same again. And yeah,
Interesting.
yeah, it's like you learn your technique with your body. You change your body dramatically. It can be difficult. I can show you before and after Deborah Voigt, but she's that poor one has been through enough. But
Yeah.
Deborah
Yeah,
White sounded
I'd be
amazing.
interested to see.
Mhm.
All right, let's wrap up here because we're coming on the end of all the vocal stuff. Okay, so the delay is only automated on for the laughs here, and then it's being sent to additionally for actually all of the choir stuff is being sent to the delay, including the whispers. So this is what the delay sounds like on its own, because the BPM of this song is not static. I was not able to like tempo sync this to my DAW. The song is somewhere in the neighborhood of like 117 to 118 BPM, but it's not consistent, so it doesn't matter. What I did is I just took the delay timing for what would be a quarter note at the BPM, at the average BPM of the song, and then I just dialed in a little bit faster of a delay time than that. So this is, for all intents and purposes, a quarter note delay. It's just a little bit faster. Yeah, so this is what this sounds like. This is just the delay. So it's on 100% mix because we're using it on a parallel send, so we don't want any of the dry signal in here, so that when the two layer together, it sounds like this.
Sing my angel music.
And then the delay just has a little bit of tonal shaping EQ on it. Same kind of idea as what I was doing on the reverb, where we don't want this to compete with the voice. We just want it to add to the experience. So I'm actually doing quite aggressive filtering by shaping up the low end, bringing down the high frequencies, and then additionally tilting this to be brighter, so it just gives a completely different tonal characteristic to the delay. So it's a little bit less distracting when it's layered with the voice because it's not competing for the same space. Yeah, that's pretty much it here. I'm using the spread knob on Valhalla Delay to offset the left and right channels in time, which gives a really nice stereo spread to the delay. So I'll audition what that sounds like kind of before and after. Versus So this is just helping offset it from the position of the lead vocal, which is right down the middle, and it's allowing the delay to kind of envelop and add to the stereo experience instead of, as I said before, like anything we can do to prevent it from competing with the lead vocal is worth doing. And then this is just being routed back into the reverb. So each of the individual delay taps are also exciting the reverb, so we get that additional reverberation out of the delays. And yeah, so that's turned on for the maniacal laughs. And then down here in the choir stack,
I was so flat in a lot of these. I'm sorry, I had to fix that stuff.
You were like a half step flat for the entire section.
Yeah.
Which is fine. I just like grabbed you in Melodyne and brought you up.
Yeah.
By a half step. All good. No worries.
Yeah. That's kind of Jeez, chasing.
But yeah, so my focus on this stack was kind of similar to the stuff that I was doing on the music box stacks, but just making sure that the sibilants are lined up, making sure that the consonants at the ends and like the ends of the words are lined up. So that's what this sounds like together. It's like the T and Phantom, making sure that was consistently timed across all the takes, stuff like that.
I didn't practice
and
the harmonies before I recorded, and that's obviously. Thanks for saving it. Yeah.
And then a little bit of automation here on the delay send. So without this automation, you'll hear that the T's sounds excite the delay, and they're like really distracting. So you can hear that like t echo out over the phrase. I'll play it again.
Yeah.
So in order to prevent that from happening, I just automated the delay send, so it's not sending that T sound to the delay at all. and then the same thing here. So like this T would excite the delay like crazy without this.
Ugh, yeah, okay. And someone was saying that's what I paid you to do is to save that. No, you don't pay your audio engineer to polish a turd. You send them good audio. Like, yeah, no, it's not cool that I send you something that was flat. That's me being hard on myself, probably.
Yeah,
like it's
you are all good. I mean, it's just like one of the things that's it's difficult, right? Like, I mean, that's another thing, that lack of familiarity with the thing that you're performing can kind of manifest as is when you are recording stuff like this. You're not thinking necessarily of where to place the consonant because you're trying to remember the words.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I didn't learn the piece, and then I kind of tried to impromptu the harmonies, and yeah, didn't work out. Stuff when I don't have the sheet
No
music goes well.
worries.
Yeah.
Yeah, no worries at all. Like, genuinely, it is all good. It's always fun to work on stuff like this, like stacks. Because like when you get them to line up and like the harmony is just right.
Yeah. God.
Good.
I was actually wondering how, like, one of the things that, like, if I do get good harmonies in, that little variation in pitch for, like, I forget, mean tuning, right? Versus, yeah, but like you can lock in the harmonies in a certain way, and it just sounds glorious in a way that, like, perfectly tuning to the, to 440 with everything being half step and everything. It's not quite the same.
Yeah.
It's not as sonorous. Anyway.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is true even of like, even in the digital domain. Like, if we're talking about the idea of super saws, so let me just really quickly mock something up here. I'll update later. So we'll just do like go like low.
20 Gene, it could be a matter of quality of headphones, but it's also like he's the audio nerd, but I'm also like, I'm very familiar with the human voice. So yeah, so if you guys see, this is going to be a great lesson. I usually try to do this with my voice live whenever I want to demonstrate this concept. This is so much a better way to do it. Yeah, listen to the chord. Can you play the chord before you tweak the harmony? You think that sounds good, right, guys? Wait, watch them cook.
Yeah, so we're going to increase the unison. Let's do 5 voices. I like to do odd numbers because then it maintains one voice down the middle. So this is already going to give us, we'll start from 0 detune. So this is already kind of giving us that like THX startup sound in the theme.
Yeah.
kind of idea. And we can kind of take this to its logical extreme. Do like more voices. So we can kind of play with the detune knob and see how that affects the perception of the fullness and the niceness of the sound, for lack of a better word. So if you start from none of the voices being detuned, then it's like very sterile, it's kind of very clean. And if you have too much detune, then the pitch difference between the tuning is going to be distracting, and it's going to sound dissonant and kind of not nice.
Yeah.
So you want to find that like middle sweet spot.
So Yam had a question about opera chorus, and like why don't in opera chorus why don't we have sends of vibrato? And it's for this reason. A lot of the lushness that comes from an opera chorus comes from the fact that everyone has their own rate of vibrato. Everyone's it's a little messy, the whole thing, but it's what adds to the bombacity of it. Yeah.
Oh man, so something that I love doing is if I get the chance to work on like a multi-part chorus, and you line up the phase of the vibratos. Oh, it's so good. I did that for when I did the trio in the Music Box charity thing.
They sounded so amazing.
Yeah. You better believe I lined up their vibratos. It was so good.
Yeah, I was. Densetsu, right? Is the name of the group?
Yeah,
that tree with
Densetsu. Yeah,
Densetsu.
Oh, what a privilege to work on their voices, for real.
That moment, literally, when I was doing the cover, I thought exactly. of them, because it's an intoxicating sound, and it's in such sharp contrast to what everybody else was doing in the piece.
Yeah.
That was incredible. Yeah, you guys oh man, you guys did such a good job. You guys really killed it, man. Anyway,
Heck
sorry, I
yeah.
can't gush enough. I'm making a whole video. I interview you guys. I'm just like, you guys are wizards on my thumbnails. Are like guru. Not enough glazing for that one masterful piece of awesome.
Yeah. Here, I'll show one more little bonus tip. We can take the.
Everyone was like, that was you? It was everybody involved. Yeah. Yeah. Including the audio people. That's what makes it so good, y'all, is everyone killed it, including Sab3r, right? Like, one of the things that, like, it's like dirty when singers talk about post-production. It's like people get uncomfortable. Like, what do you mean you needed post-production? No, you didn't need it. But when you have someone who's fucking good, they're going to do what they do, and they're going to come in there and they're going to do what they do well, and they're going to add what they do. And it's everyone working together in a way where we're not stepping on each other's toes. And we all, as a team, get to. This is why collaborative art can be transcendent, and why it takes a maniac genius as a one-person thing. I don't think, frankly, I have a hard time even saying seriously that any one individual can make a transcendent piece of art. It does happen. You shouldn't aspire to do that. You should work with incredible people. It's the life hack. Anyway,
Yeah.
That's my rant.
100%. 100%. Yeah, so the bonus tip is you can, in Theorem 2, you can take a random value that's generated for each node on event, and there's different there's a different event for each like voice that is being played by the synthesizer. So like each note that is triggering this this oscillator is generating a different discrete random value, and you can use that then to additionally modulate the fine tune of the voices. So I have the range on 2 semitones. Mm-hmm. So if I kind of like it's so subtle, but it just gives this like tiny bit of additional like detune flavor. Here, I'll exaggerate it. So you can hear as I'm going further and further here, it's getting more and more.
Sounds like the
detune,
super old synths, you know?
Yeah,
the 80s synths.
This is a really cool hack for getting that like analog kind of randomness that a lot of these hardware units are kind of so famous for, is because these are like real physical pieces of hardware. They do have these imperfections to the way that they reproduce the thing. So when you press a note on one of those keyboards, you're not necessarily getting that exact frequency. You're getting kind of an approximation of that frequency that's very pleasing.
Yeah. Man.
But yeah, that's everything going on here. So yeah, for that very reason, the purpose of the Melodynes on here was not to make sure that he was like fully in tune all the time. Like there's a lot of the imperfections that were maintained here. Like this is just kind of like halfway in between notes, and the vibrato is like moving between two of them. Mm-hmm. But these like when everything is stacked together, these imperfections like sum together to be very nice and pleasing.
Dope.
So you maintain as much of that as you can.
Can we hear the whole thing together now?
Yes.
It just took him an hour and a half. You know? It's just right after he killed the goat with his morning coffee. Sorry, sacrificed. I know you have you're purposeful with your goat murder.
Of course. I mean, I wouldn't want to waste them.
That's right.
I got so many.
That's right. Don't lie to me, though. You have... I know there's a finite number of goats, but you have a lot of them. That is the only explanation for your wizardry. Lots of goat murder all day.
Lots of goats.
So many dead goats. Sacrificed. Sorry. I don't mean to be disrespectful to their... they did live a life. I should be respectful. Sacrificed.
No, of course. And I hope to continue honoring their legacy through the work that I do once empowered by them.
That's so respectful. You're a respectful goat murderer. I appreciate you.
I try. All right, let's run it.
Yeah.
In sleep he sang to me, in dreams he came. That voice each
God, we didn't even get to ask you about how you did this with the instrumentation. You did such a good job bringing out the dynamic of the instruments from a karaoke track, dude. The crowd.
Sing once again with me, how strange the world. My power over you grows stronger yet. And though you turn from me to glance behind, the phantom of the opera is there inside your mind.
You brought out the timpani.
Those who have seen your face draw back and feel I am the masquerade.
It's me they hear, my spirit and your voice in one combined. The phantom of the opera is there inside your mind. The phantom of the in all your fantasies, you always knew that man and mystery were both you. And in this labyrinth, where light is blind, the phantom of the opera is there inside your mind. Sing my dreams. Sing for me.
Hear the delays.
Sing my angel music.
It's not all right, Bajiru. You were sitting while you did this? No! No! No, don't sing for me, my angel. Stand for me. Why? Why were you sitting? Why do you sound so good when you sit? That makes no sense. Why?
Gotta let the M play out.
Yeah,
That's funny.
yeah. I wanted to add that little nugget. I have, since I was a very young child, to answer chat about my maniacal laugh. I do love. I think it all stemmed actually from Mark Hamill. I watched an interview of his, and he was talking about how he went to an audition, and as he was auditioning, he was like, "How would the Joker laugh?" And he was like, no, and he tried different like laughters and for different like sentiments and stuff like that, because he didn't want one laugh. And so I thought that was such a cool idea. So I always wanted to sound like a villain. So I practiced my maniacal laugh since I was a child. Actually.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, that's like a weird Lesage lore, I guess. I practiced my maniacal laugh a lot. So
Yeah, very cool. Turn this down a tiny.
How did you bring
All
out
right,
the
let me really.
transients? Oh,
Okay, so I'll walk through what I did on the instrumental because it's honestly not too much. Like I didn't do too much crazy stuff. The first thing is I'm using an Air Windows plugin. This is the guy that just like makes a bunch of free audio effects. This is a wrapper plugin that just has all of them in there. This one's called Slew4, but the idea behind this is that when you imprint something to tape, like you could think like cassette tape, but a bit more professional grade, that will inherently add some kind of compression to the high end. And it typically also adds like pleasing saturation, but the idea behind this plugin is that it just emulates the tape compression. So I'm using this to tame some of the crazy high end that's happening in the cymbals in the instrumental.
Yeah, they were a lot.
So there's like this left panned one here. So if I turn this off, this is like a super subtle kind of move. It's just gently rolling off the very, very high end of the cymbal, making it a tiny bit more pleasing to listen to. That was the first thing. Then the second one, 2 moves here. Got a little bit of a presence boost around 2K. That is this range. So just a little bit of a boost here. And then just on the left channel, which is where the cymbal lies, I'm doing a bit of dynamic control on the cymbal itself. So this move is pretty much only catching the cymbal, and I have it keyed from the super high frequency, so it's only doing compression on this range whenever the cymbal hits. So it's like a very purposeful kind of move, just to kind of try to bring the intensity and volume of this cymbal down a little bit to be more similar to the rest of the instrumental. If I had access, I would just turn it down more, but it's a bit of a hard problem to solve without also affecting the intelligibility of the rest of the instruments. So did what I could. Then in Ozone 12, I'm using the Clarity module. This is kind of like Golfos, actually, in the way that it works. I'm using -1 on the tilt. I think a tilt of 0 is like the pink noise, like a -3 slope. So by tilting it down -1 dB, this is closer to a 4 slope. So this is just kind of brightening up the areas between, where is this set? Like, yeah, it's not touching anything below 300 hertz, and it's not touching anything above like 11.3K, but it's just, this is actually probably what's contributing the most to like bringing out the drums, because this is helping accentuate the transients in this like 5 kilohertz range, which is like where the presence of these types of sounds typically is. And just kind of defaults attack and release envelopes on this, so it's just kind of like gently shaping the sound instead of doing anything like crazy fast and precise. This is probably like what is bringing out the drums the most that I think people are experiencing. And I just have this on 20. It's easy to overdo this. You can like very quickly kind of get into like funny territories.
Yeah. God, this is why I cannot be trusted, though.
And then this dynamic EQ. Oftentimes, what I like to do is I'll run the mastering assistant in Ozone. Not really for its suggestions, because it gives dogshit suggestions half the time, and I don't try, and I don't like the stuff that it does, which is why like there's very few modules remaining in here. But what it does do very well is it will give you a dynamic EQ setting that will prepare the signal for going into the maximizer. So the mastering assistant is able to optimize the signal a little bit before the maximization, which is what's happening here on the master. So just doing a little bit of boost. I'm not even really pushing into this. I think at the loudest points, like the signal is just like very barely going into it. Yeah, like we're not even really touching the end. Very rarely a peak will, or like a rogue peak will trigger the maximizer, so we're not even really doing any crazy gain reduction in the mastering stage here. This is just more of acting as a safety limiter. 0.1 dBs of headroom, which will allow us enough space to apply our dithers. I'm using 2 dithers on this. One of them is TPDFY. This is also an Air Windows plugin. This adds a really nice dither noise that is different in the left and right channel, so it increases the depth of the signal. This is the type of thing that I genuinely... This will be hard to hear, but I'll A/B it just in case. Out and then back in. The way that I perceive this is it like very slightly like flattens out the signal in a stereo context. So if you think about like if you're going like down a road, you have like your left and right, which is like where things are typically panned, and you have the road in the middle. It sounds like to me like the road itself is recessed a tiny bit, and then it just kind of flattens everything out into the stereo a tiny bit in like a really nice way. It's super pleasing. And then just finishing it off with an instance of good hertz good dither, just 24-bit, because this is a 24-bit master. And the purpose of dither noise is to combat any quantization distortion that happens when audio values are quantized to smaller numbers. So like if you think about in computer science, like typically you're talking about like a 16-bit integer, 24-bit integer. These are like the numbers at a base level that each sample point uses to represent the audio. So if we go back to RX and we zoom like way into the waveform here, you can see that this is made up of individual points. 44,100 of them per second of audio, in fact, which is the sample rate that this file was recorded in, or at least at the sample rate at which it was streamed in from Twitch. Like for Baji's VOD. Yeah. The 2 most common kind of sample rates are 44.1 kilohertz and 48 kilohertz. 44.1 is kind of the traditional like CD audio world sample rate, and 48K is what is used more so in video. So any video that you're listening to on YouTube is going to be transcoded to 48 kilohertz sample rate, which is actually kind of nice because you get ever so slightly more definition to store the audio information. But the point is that each of these sample points is like the volume of this sample point is represented by a number just in the file. And depending on the bit depth of the file, you can either have like if you're talking about like a 16-bit wave versus a 24-bit wave, you're talking about the size of the number that is used to represent each individual sample point. And the reason that that's relevant is because there's only so many values that can fit into that 16-bit or 24-bit number. For 24-bit, it's much less of an issue. But for 16-bit especially, which is typically the bit depth that digital audio like on the internet is delivered in, very, very quiet sounds, like as a reverb tail fades out, will fall below the threshold that is representable by a 16-bit integer. So the way that this is combated is that you add what's known as a dither noise, so that there's always a very quiet baseline amount of noise in the signal, and then that way the reverb tail can disappear and sink into that noise floor without being cut off by what's known as the quantization distortion.
Huh. Oh my God. So you okay. This is what, yeah, okay. So you are preparing, you know that I'm on the YouTubes, and you are preparing for this audio to be on the YouTubes for people's enjoyment. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good sir.
Heck yeah.
Dude, that's 200 IQ. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God, dude. All right. This is funny. The last time I was recording with you, I actually also ran out of hard drive space. Get you interesting, dude. Like, yeah. Oh my god. Actually, do I have more? Hold on. Well, anyway, yeah, I can't monopolize all your time. You cannot leave until my hard drive is filled with video.
No.
This is what you get for sacrificing goats. This is your payment. Dude, thank you so much. This is so dope. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was always really hard to find like good audio stuff for like singing and like I don't know how you learned all this stuff because I can't find it worth a damn. Like,
Well, yeah, I don't know. I think like most of it was just like I had a desire to sing on my own music for a while, and you start out how everyone does, which is terribly. And so then it's like, okay, like I want to be able to do it all myself because that was that was like a valued quality
yeah,
about kind of people in the music space that I was coming up in, where like it was all so gatekeepy. Like no one would share
yeah,
techniques or information on how to like make sounds or how to do certain things. And self-sustenance was always kind of super sought after. So yeah, you kind of start out by I mean, there's all kinds of kind of like all-in-one solutions. Like I know Waves has the CLA vocals plugin, which is kind of this all-in-one vocal chain that lets you do a lot of this processing, kind
But those
of from
things-
the get-go. But
those things don't. Again, like opera's weird. You know,
yeah,
like these kinds of vocals is weird to handle. So any like kind of wide appeal plugin that's trying to do a catch-all is not going to do me justice. Yeah.
100%. Yeah, so inevitably you'll want to dive deeper, and that's when you kind of have to like break it down into, okay, what are the building blocks here? Like what are the important kind of ideas behind vocal production? And you can like seek out how different people approach the problem. And but honestly, I think for me it was just kind of putting in the time, both like just working on my own vocals, and then also I mean I improved significantly through my work on the community projects in Riku's community. Like I was not the same vocal engineer before and after any of the projects that I've been a part of. Like I've just like those kinds of focused, targeted, like I almost want to call them workshops, because like they're just so it's such a cool environment to be able to get your hands dirty and just work on a bunch of vocals and like figure out like, okay, like this is the range that the human voice can exist in. Because like up until that point I had predominantly worked on my own voice. I hadn't done a lot of collaboration with other vocalists, so I wasn't familiar with how to work on these types of things. So the best way to learn is by doing.
Yeah. One second. Reinhardt, man, get some sleep, dude. Like there's a VOD and there's gonna be jump cutted videos and all that stuff. Don't ruin your sleep.
Get some rest, man.
Yeah. I appreciate it, seriously, but like I'm not that important. And as much as I want to glaze Saber, sleep is important. Get some rest, my guy. Okay. That's fair. I've been there. Tink, if you're talking about the free lessons that I'm doing, the booking portal is back up. You can schedule through there. We've been cooking emotes. Yeah, God. Q, I wish I had stopped in. I saw you in the work VC. I wanted to stop in. I'm so sorry I didn't. We was working every morning. I wake up at 7. I work with my guys, and then I stream until 5 or 7 or 8. I guess maybe today will be 8 because I just feel energized by this. So I was in the midst of doing what I was doing, but I can't wait to catch one of your streams. Sab3r. Anyway, man, Saber, you are a very, very rad dude. I believe I only give 2 people a pass for sunglasses indoors. It is James Dean and Starlight Daryl. But I might be convinced. I might be.
Whoa.
Yeah. Listen, I'm not gonna go crazy here. Okay. All right. There's a
this
limit.
Is a big honor.
I'm starting to see. You know what you could do? You could do the Elton John, the rose ones. You'd rock those.
Okay.
Yeah, you could do those
Okay.
indoors. That would be fine. Yeah,
Heck yeah.
ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen,
exciting.
sab3r. The crowd goes wild. Oh my god. It's funny now. I'm like,
Well, hey, thank you
how do
for
you
having
say
me
that?
again, dude.
Dude, I love having you here. What do you? Thank you. Thank you. Dude, this is fucking wizardry and magic and goats. Lots of dead goats. So many dead goats. Sacrificed. Sorry. We are socially aware here.
And they didn't die in
Sacrificed.
vain, so it's fine.
Yeah, they're clearly not. This mix sounds amazing. Oh, God. It's an honor to work with you, dude. I'm so happy. Someone, I
Heck
was
yeah,
like,
man.
dude, again, this community is so dope. I was like, man, I would love to work with sab3r, but like, I think it was, yeah, I was just like, I can't, like, I would love to have it professionally mixed. Someone drops a hundo, dude. And I'm like, I know who I'm typing to, like, right now. It was the second that happened. I was like, and then the guy messaged was like, you don't have to do it on audio if you don't want it. I was like, already gone. Spent. Yeah. No, dude, I'm so happy to be able to work with you, dude. I think you're fucking absolutely brilliant at what you do. I think you respect the performances of artists and still accentuate and bring them out. It's not an easy thing to do. You know, like so much better than me slapping Golf House and everything. And it's just like, yeah. I know it's a karaoke track and you did God's work on a karaoke track. But like I heard Bajiru's vocals and mine together. I'm like, I can't not invest in this emotionally.
Yeah. No, it's
yeah.
special for sure. 100%.
Yeah. So thanks a ton, man. Oh, I have to eat. So y'all, I'm gonna call it here. I can't wait. DM me with some availability. We have to finish these Monii tracks.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you for being
We'll figure it out.
willing to, because like when something is this good and this special, and I have you to point it out. Thank you, Edmund. Thank you so much. Dude, like she's so good. Maybe one day I get to talk to her because like this is some cool stuff, and it's not my area of expertise. So thanks a bunch. My dog wants attention, and I need to eat. But I could sit here and gush all day. That might be a rant that I do at some point in time. How good is sab3r? Everybody, flood the chat. I don't care if you're lurking. No, seriously, if you're lurking, enjoy yourself. It's fine. But flood the chat. I need metaphors. I need puns. I need praise for this legend. I need all of them. All of the adjectives. Where'd my glasses go? I can't see them. If I shout with my glasses on, they fall off. All right, I'm going to read them in dramatic voice now. He's pretty good. Amazing! Sab3r is the goat. 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 He's excellent. This was really interesting. Bye. I'll see you later. My goat, sab3r. W for sab3r, the goat. So many hearts. Woo, goat. He's just an anime. You get out of here, Vaster. You made me read that aloud. Unacceptable. Sab3r is the goat who sacrificed many goats. That is very true. Sab3r is pretty sick. Sab3r finds himself summoned as a hero in the Grail War. Bravo, so good. Terrence Tedder commands it. Yes, Shugo. Sab3r slays. Sab3r is a god of mixing. There you go. Sab3r's a beast.
Kind. I appreciate it.
Not as good as my dramatic reading of Melville, but you know, we'll take it. Yeah. Sab3r is the unassuming master of audio, draped in the plain cloak, only to open it to reveal the blinding light of his knowledge. Sab3r is the Bajiru of audio. Oh ho ho! Ooh, you hear that? You hear that?
That is high praise.
I hear
high
you're
praise.
blushing through my headphones. All right. All right, good night, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you, Saber. Awesome, dude.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll see ya.
See
Why?
ya.
Thanks, everybody. I'll see you.